Hey, grace and peace, everybody. We're going to get started in a couple of seconds. I'm going to play some TikToks in the meantime. We got a special guest.
Consistency. Funny you say that. Yesterday on your show, you said there will be no future exiles for Israel. But in your commentary on both Jeremiah 23 and Jeremiah 30, you refer to a collective deliverance from oppression for both kingdoms by the Messiah in the last days to bring them back home. How can that be true and the Ashkenazim be Israelites?
Well, very simple. We're not all back in the land. I absolutely said there's not going to be a future exile from the land. All the Jews kicked out. I hold to that. Nothing I said in my commentary. I wrote the commentary. Thank you for reading it. I'm quite familiar with what I said. When the Messiah returns, there will still be exiles in different parts of the world. Ashkenazi Jews, Sephardi Jews, Levant Jews, and it could be you. I don't know your background or history. That may still not be back in the land. So those that are still outside the land will be brought back. I'm really surprised by the question, actually.
Okay. Maybe I misunderstood you. Now, are Edomites from the Levant?
Sure.
Were Edomites converted to Judaism?
There was a small group there. There was, Herod was one of them. There were some Edomites who were forcibly converted. Yeah.
Where fervent charity at? Where fervent charity at?
Right. So would that mean that that there could be a portion of Edomites that would have DNA, linguistic, and traditional evidence that could link them to being Jews, similar to you guys?
No, linguistically, no, because Edomite would have been a different dialect, like Moabite was a different dialect, etc. So it was a different Semitic dialect than Hebrew. That's number one. Number two, the Edomites that became part of the Jewish people, this was before the time of Jesus. So if you have legitimate Israelite blood, that could go back to you. All right. So but you've got this little trickle that came in. There is zero way to connect me back to Edom other than rhetoric and race baiting and things like that, or even to make him into a white man, to be candid. Zero whatsoever.
So there's zero way to connect you back to Edom, who lived just south of Israel, and then who a portion of them converted into Judaism and at least spoke a Semitic dialect.
Any more than to connect Edom to you. Maybe there's a connection there to you. Perhaps you're an Edomite.
I don't know how people post stuff with the titles that they post. It says Dr. Brown get confounded. Where was some confounding that going on right here, y'all? Where was some confounding that going on right here, y'all? I'm a little bit confused. I'm gonna bring a brother on. Shalom, brother. What's good with you? Come to the microphone and tell us about yourself. On the screen, Van Harris, y'all, everybody see the Negro question. Lee Cummins, the Negro question. Come on, brother. You got the floor. I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay, hey, so what's the question?
No, I just said, tell us about yourself. Tell everybody about yourself and the work that you've put out.
Okay, well, I'm Lee Cummins. I'm the author of the Negro Question book series. It's a 13-book series that's selling on Amazon. And we just published our first video, the Negro Question, titled I Know Who I Am video. And the work is surrounded, basically the work deals with the evidence that proves that the so-called Negro is a Jew. And that's basically what we do. So I also teach history. I teach ancient Aramaic, Hebrew, and that's what we currently do from my platform and from the other platforms that I visit.
I'm sorry, I thought I was unmuted. All right, so what started you off? Explain to everybody what started you off in your research and what made you come to the conclusion that you were Israel.
Well, there were when I stumbled on the map probably 11 years ago. The map was dated 1747.
Negro land you're talking about?
Yeah, by Emmanuel Bowen.
Okay.
And that map unequivocally shows that the original name of the slave coast was the Kingdom of Judah.
Okay.
But since then, I have in my possession a map that's dated 1727, called the Coronation of the King of Judah. It shows that the King of Judah and the Kingdom of Judah was understood and known almost 20 years prior to Emmanuel Bowen's map. I also have in my possession a document from Louisiana State University that specifically details and names the Kingdom of Judah, stating that 16 ships came from Judah and dropped captives or slaves off at the mouth of the Mississippi. So with that evidence, I just started following the trail of the evidence.
Mhm.
That plus the artifacts, it proved that the so-called Negro that came by the southern gate, of what you commonly call the North Atlantic slave trade, is a Jew. And that's like maybe 1% of the evidence that we found.
You think you believe in the 400 years? You didn't start off dealing with the 400 years or believing the prophecy. You just said, I'm going to do some unbiased research. I'm just going to lay into this history and I'm going to see and I'm just going to wherever the trail leads me, I'm going to go in that direction.
That is correct. That 400-year prophecy,
you're not really a proponent of that.
Well, it doesn't have any legs to stand on. The 430 years, you can see from the time that Joseph or Yosef entered into Egypt during the 12th dynasty of Egypt under Pharaoh Senuseret and Pharaoh Kakaperi, Pharaoh Amenhotep, from 1913 BC. Counting down to the 18th dynasty of Egypt, with the pharaohs that all had the last name Moses, 1496 BC. That was 430 years in Egypt. Moses had the same last name as Pharaoh Moses, Pharaoh Ka Moses, and Pharaoh Tut Moses I. That was the family of pharaohs with the last name Moses that adopted Moses. Now this is a no-brainer, and so that 430 years can be counted. Now, this additional 400 years that people are talking about, you cannot find. The Bible does not speak about a second 400-year captivity. But what the Bible does talk about, the Bible talks about Israel going back into the captivity, Piasa, scattered on ships, Anaya. But this second captivity has no timeline associated with it. The second captivity is predicated or based on signs. The false prophet going into the temple, third temple being rebuilt. Russia comes.
And during that time, that there was going to be a captivity in the latter days. You're talking about Luke 21, yeah. Because you're not. You say there is a captivity, but it's no time on it, and it's not
no timeline. The only thing that Yeshua or Jesus mentioned was that Israel was going to be scattered to the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. No timeline. And so there are a few signs associated with the second captivity. Again, we mentioned the temple and the Pope going in the temple, but also Russia and China got to come across that Euphrates. That's the sound of the sixth trumpet.
So Gog and Magog and all of that stuff.
Pardon me?
Captivity, Gog and Magog, but the captivity was supposed to take place before it, or this is a captivity during the building or during the third temple phase?
Well, this captivity took place, this captivity took place in phases. 587 BC, when Babylon took Judah, Benjamin, Levi into captivity. 722 BC, when the Assyrians took the 10 tribes out of Samaria, and then
no, I'm talking about a future captivity. I thought you meant a future captivity.
Yeah, but no, we're talking about what we're talking about is this captivity that Israel has been in since these nations have invaded Jerusalem. So this last captivity,
the various captivity. Okay,
yeah, it's been longer than 400 years. So I don't know where these guys getting this number from. You can't find it scripturally. And then and the latest one was what, 70 AD. So we've been in captivity technically for the last 2,000 years.
On and off.
Right. Sporadically. And then you even had, you go back and look when the Arabs overran Jerusalem in 640 AD. So what we have is we got a lot of people pretending to be scholars on the internet. Scholarship is not based on a whim. You got to do the research.
Hold on a second, Ken. Let me see. All right, y'all got, in case people have questions, what book? Cummins, I got his video. I got some of the video. This is some of his YouTube right here, y'all. Can we name sources for us to check?
Question
You
is,
said, what was the university? The first one was the university. You said they
Louisiana State University. It was called
how many slave on various slave ships coming in?
There were 16 slave ships that came from Judah and landed at the mouth of the Mississippi. And the book was
now somebody said Judah, not West Africa.
It was called, no, it was called Judah. And they specifically, and it was called the Americanization of the Americas, Louisiana State University. You can find that in the book that I wrote, The African Slave Ships That Came from Judah, Part 2, The Negro Question.
You got a specific book on that?
That's correct. Part 2 called The African Slave Ships That Came from Judah. Part 2 has all that information. It has the maps, and it also has the books that detail that these captives or slaves came from Judah, which is the ancient, the Gentile name for the slave coast, Abada, Gabala.
So the name that we know it as, or the area that we know it, that didn't come until after the slave trade already got jumping. Well, it was already going, correct?
Could you rephrase that question?
What they call the West Coast, that term didn't really come about until after. You're saying they knew clear and well what the name was.
Well, they knew that. See, based on the maps, these are authentic maps. Based on those two maps, the one from 1727. The one from 1747. They knew in 1727 that the so-called Negro in the Americas is indeed Israel. They all knew that. Then they knew as late as 1747. And then there's an artifact from 1868 or 1884 from the London Times that shows Sir Morton Stanley crossing the Pryor River with a Levite high priest with 12 stones on his chest, and on his head a cap that said "Holy to Yahweh." So as late as 1884, they knew that we was Israel. Now, this is what I always say to the other scholars and the other ethnic groups out there that's claiming to be Israel. We don't know what you are. We don't have a problem with what you're doing, what you're saying. We're simply telling you who we are. We don't have to get into a heated race debate, anger and hatred. That don't solve nothing. All we simply saying is we know who we are. We know we Israel. That's all we're saying, huh?
Based on the prophecies, based on the Bible.
Based on the evidence. The eyewitness account, the maps, the artifacts, the books that are out there. And if you the Negro Question book series gives you all the information you need to prove that you're Israel. And if you buy my video, the Negro Question video, I Know Who I Am, you can get it from my bookstore, the Negro Question bookstore .ecwid.com. Everything you need to prove that you're Israel is indisputable.
Okay, y'all heard that right now. All right, hold on a couple of seconds. Unless there's some other stuff that you wanna share in between the interview, I'm gonna play some other stuff. Hold on, you got time, brother? I didn't even ask you if you got time.
I got time. Yeah, I woke up to do this.
Okay, got you. All right. How are we grew up in neighborhoods? Hold on. Is that for him? Type of one. I don't know if you can see the screen pretty good.
Yeah, I can see it. The question is, how are we in oppression? Well, he said, well, I grew up in a neighborhood that says several retired lawyers, the black doctors and school teachers. But your community does not represent 0.1% of the so-called Negro race population. According to the last census, 42 million Negroes in America. So that's a percentage that you can't even, it does not equate. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You have pockets of wealth, professional athletes, singers,
the rappers,
entertainers, but guess what? But our people as a whole are still what? In abject poverty.
What All right. Hold on a second. You like the 18 seconds behind us. Hold on a second. Let me stop this right. Well, wait. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can do this here.
You can still see me, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna see if I can find that book, that title.
Oh, you on your screen?
Yeah, but you can still see my face.
Yes. Yeah, I can right now.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No, keep going. Give an ear to hear. All right. Let me just. I want to pull up one thing, y'all. Let me see if it'll play first. If it'll work like this. All right. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna mute myself for 1 second.
That's okay.
No, I thought this was one with you lecturing. It's another interview with you, and I'm trying to pull up the book at the same time. Let me let some of this play whilst I try something. From part 2, y'all, I don't want to close off the other tabs that I had open the other day. You know, we already went some hours, and so I'm gonna finish with Nathaniel whilst I'm trying to straighten this thing out with this brother. He said he got a few minutes. He woke up to do this, so we appreciate having him on. Fair you.
Catholic Church under Pope Nicholas V that orchestrated the transatlantic slave trade. I'm going to say it again. Pope Nicholas V is the Pope that initiated a papal bull that orchestrated Spain and Portugal to begin the transatlantic slave trade, which started in 1441. Think about it. From 1441, we were emancipated in 1865. That's approximately 424 years of chattel slavery. I want y'all to think about that. The churches don't talk about it. They've been instructed by the World Council of Churches never talk about it. So they don't talk about that. Now, watch this. I'm going to show you that in the Holy Bible. And now I need y'all to write this stuff down, okay? Deuteronomy 28. Watch what God told Moses to tell us. This was, again, on the continent of Africa. This is what he said. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God.
Okay, I think I have one set up. Let me stop this, brother. Do me a favor from you, because you teach now. Like you're I see said professor. Are you teaching? Like, do you teach history classes? That what you supposed? That's what kind of what you do?
Yeah, I teach history. Ancient Hebrew. And I teach the script.
Okay, do me a favor. Give us a rundown from, if you could freestyle from the time of the destruction of the temple, and bring us up to date, you know, because I hear a lot of people and we're getting parts of the story. We're trying to bring it together, but maybe you would give us a rundown what happened to Israel from the destruction of the temple up until people found themselves in the South America, here in these good United States of America and the Caribbean.
Okay, listen.
I mute myself, so you could unmute myself. So everyone here, go ahead.
This is what the script teaches. This is the timeline. This is an accurate timeline from the script. When Yahweh did his count from the time that Joseph stepped in Egypt as a 17-year-old child, a teenager. So from 1926 BC to 1496 BC, he did his count. You get 430 years. So Joseph was in the Obadiah, or the Obadiah, or the servant of Yahweh, during the 12th dynasty of Egypt. You go down to the 12th dynasty of Egypt, you'll find artifacts that point to Joseph. When you go from the last chapter of Exodus to the first chapter, no, you go from the last chapter of Genesis to the first chapter of Exodus, 430 years have elapsed. 55 pharaohs have died, have come and gone. That's the reason why the Pharaoh said that the book said there arose a Pharaoh that didn't know Joseph. You know why? 55 had died. That's why. And 430 years had elapsed. That one page. Now, that's the first 430-year captivity. So now check this out. So you get down. The Assyrians came in 722 and took the 10 tribes, 722 BC. Babylon came in 587 and took Benjamin, Judah, and Levi. Then we fast forward to the New Testament. Some of the brothers saying there's no such thing as the New Testament. They don't believe in Yeshua or Jesus because they don't believe in the New Testament. What they don't understand is you have to read Paul's letters carefully. Paul said you cannot have a testament without the death of the testator. Well, since Yeshua or Jesus didn't die, when he, as long as he was alive, they were offering up animal sacrifice. And as long as you offering up animal sacrifice, you still under the sacrificial law. So when did the New Testament begin? In the book of Acts, after his death. You cannot have a testament without the death of the testator. Paul tried to teach that. So 70 AD, Titus and Vespasian come in and destroy the temple, doing a recording of the historian Josephus. And from 70 AD, our fathers were scattered across the Mediterranean. This is a known fact.
I'm sorry, let me stop you for a minute. Josephus was a black Israelite, was a black man?
That now what they're saying, this is what the people are saying, that Josephus was a traitorous Judean.
Yes.
Yeah, and he was a man of color because, but see, that's the thing. This is how the truth gets butchered.
Mm-hmm.
We know that these brothers, these Hebrews, were black at that time because all the artifacts that came up that are coming up out of the ground, all the archaeology is detailing black Hebrew Israelites.
Now you're talking about with Joseph back in the days. We're talking about Josephus the first century now.
Yeah, they were still black.
Lost. Go ahead.
And the reason we know that they were still black in the first century, and there's a reason for that. If you go back and read the writings of Benjamin Franklin writes an essay in 1751 called The Increase of Mankind. What did he say? He said all of Asia was what? Swarthy, black. He said that all of what? All of Africa was what? Swarthy, black. Well, where is Jerusalem? Northeast Africa. So as late as 1751, Josephus told the world that all of Asia and all of Africa was swarthy or black. Now where am I?
Benjamin Franklin. Go ahead.
Benjamin Franklin.
Yes,
and you can find that document. It's called The Increase of Mankind, Benjamin Franklin, at the Copyright Office. So anyway, make a long story short, I mentioned Asia. Aramaic, Turkey. 3% of Turkey is in Europe. The other 97% of Turkey is in Asia. All the artifacts that were found in Asia of the Karatepa stele, the Aramaic writings on the Karatepa stele, the Moabite stele, the Tel Dan stele that was found now in Jerusalem, all these, the writings are Aramaic, and all the artifacts, black Hebrews. Now, as far as the Anglo-Saxon, the Ashkenazi, the Anglo-Saxon Jews are concerned, that's none of our business. Our business is our people. And see, so we don't want to deal with that negativity or that great evil, racism. We just want to focus on our people.
Okay.
So this last captivity is, the brother Nathaniel was quoting Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, and he was dealing with the 68th, the 68th verse. Yes. But guess what? There was no time on that prophecy. Remember what I said at the very beginning of the conversation with you. The second captivity deals with what? Signs, not time, not timeline. Yeah. And this is what's killing a lot of the scholars, the Hebrew scholars. They don't understand. This second captivity, the apostles came to Yeshua when he was on the Mount of Olives. They say, hey, What's the sign at the end of the world?
Yes.
He gave that great sign in the 15, Matthew 24 and 15. He said what? When you see the abomination that make up desolate, go inside the temple. Whoso readeth, let him understand. That's written by Daniel the prophet. Who is that? You go down and read, I think the 17th chapter of Revelation, the 9th verse. The book said, here's the mind that have wisdom. Now, Revelation 17 said he saw a beast, a woman riding the beast with seven heads and 10 horns. The 9th verse said, here's the mind that have wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sits. It's only one church on earth that sits on 7 mountains. That's the Vatican. So the Pope got to go into the third temple. So your first great sign is not disease and pestilence and earthquakes. It is the third temple being built, man. And there are certain scholars that know this. So when that third temple is being built, that's the time. That's your fleeing time. That's the time you get out the way. You got to leave these urban cities. Pope gonna go into the temple.
Well, you don't think he was talking about fleeing to Jerusalem at that time? You think it was the Americas?
Yeah, no, it ain't just. It's the world. It's worldwide. It's gonna be a worldwide. See, there's a place of safety. We got too many apples and oranges going here. There's a place of safety that the Most High has prepared for the church during the tribulation period. Because the book say, when you see him going to the temple, flee to the mountain. So if he tells you to flee, then that means you're not going to be raptured. Why would I tell you to run if I'm going to rapture you? Read Matthew 24 chapter, the 15th, the 16th, through the 20th verse. He says, flee. That's called fleeing time.
So the flee is going to be a physical place of safety, like a used to be like a I forget. Give me that word, y'all. Where the leopards used to go, used to run to a place of safety where you couldn't hurt somebody in war and stuff like that, or people the outcast would be. Give me that word in there, Elder. Go ahead, brother.
Now check this out. Now you tie that comment that I just made, or those scriptures from Matthew 24, 15 through 20. And then you tie it back to the 12th chapter of Revelation, where the book said, hey, when Satan was cast to the earth, he was wroth with the woman, and he went to make war with her. The book said the place was prepared for her in the wilderness. 16th chapter of Isaiah says, send you the lamb to the wilderness.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
So Isaiah 16 says, send the lamb to the wilderness. But why would you send the lamb to the lamb is who? Yeshua or Jesus Christ or Jesus Mashiach. But why would you send Yeshua Mashiach or Jesus Christ to the wilderness? Because that's where the church is going to be during the tribulation period. So a lot of the scholarship that's going on in the world today, if you sit back and listen to these guys and you line it up with the script, it don't make no sense. The second captivity that the black Hebrews are in is based on signs, not years. Because if it was based on years, the Roman captivity started in 70 AD. It's been almost 2,000 years. So I don't knock when they think the math that he came up with when he said, okay, he was detailing the captivity from Pope in the 1400s to the Emancipation Proclamation.
Type of one if y'all can hear him. I think his Wi-Fi is freezing up a little bit.
That's a good number. Hold on. That's some good eyesight. But the second captivity ain't got no timeline attached to it. It's all based on signs.
Type of one if y'all can still hear him. It might be just a little technical glitch, or it's a little delay maybe. Go ahead, talk, brother. I want to hear. All right, go ahead. Sanctuary. So then, all right. So what about the Bar Kokhba revolt? 132, 135. The temple is destroyed. They're totally gone. Then what happened?
The Bar Kokhba revolt. Their shekels that were printed during the revolt. That was written in Aramaic. And see, so now these are some very broad questions that you asked me, because remember. Right around 132, 135 AD, Israel, the Hebrew Israelites are scattered. The 10 tribes, and this has to be the Lord, because I was asleep when you called me. The 10 tribes were scattered where? Into Asia. How do we know they was in Asia? Because the book of Revelation tells you, I think in the 2nd chapter, He said it was to the 7 churches. The 7 churches in Asia is the 10 tribes. And now, what did Benjamin Franklin said? He said all of Asia is what? Swarthy or black.
Mm-hmm.
So Benjamin Franklin, plus that 2nd chapter of Revelation, it tells you that the 7 churches was in Asia. Why? What? The Lord didn't deal with nobody but who? Israel.
Mm-hmm.
That is the reason why he talked about the 7 churches or the 7 candlesticks. Them the 10 tribes, man. And they
but then what? But so Judah captivity coming separate. Down to my Judah in the Americas. How you connect the 10 tribes now with Judah in America? Or you believe more than Judah? Go ahead.
I'm not. That's a singular conversation. That's a singular conversation. You know how sometimes you teaching and on your way to teaching something, you interject something. And so I was still focused on 135 AD, the Bar Kokhba revolt, and Hadrian Caesar, right? And how he forbade the Hebrews from going back into the land, and then they renamed it what? Palestine. Yes. So they merged Edom, Judea, and Palestine together, I think Syria, and called it Palestine. But see, what people don't understand is country names change, but land masses don't change. And the artifacts did not change. Israel, or the Hebrews, were black all the way up until 800 AD. Now, since we own
800 AD,
the first documented Anglo-Saxon Jew
person, yes,
was 800 AD when Cyril, Cyril, and Methodius, 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 2 priests, Judean priests, went down and converted the Khazars. This is historic. This is a historical fact. Prior to 800 AD, we didn't know if there was any such thing as a white Jew.
So there was no earlier conversions during the time of Christ. There were no forced conversions. You don't go for none of that right there. Well, Edom was forced converted into the faith or something like that.
Well, Edom was forced converted during the days of the Maccabees.
That's right. All right. Okay, go ahead. Let me answer that.
Now you got to go back. You got to take your timeline backwards to BC.
Before John the Baptist. That's right. That's right.
162 BC under the Maccabees, John Maccabee and them guys. But the thing about
Judas, not Judas. So the Pharisees and the Sadducees are what you would consider like black Israelites.
Yeah, they was the guys. But the problem was we had been scattered into all these different captivities that the doctrine was bad. By the time Yeshua, Jesus touched down, the doctrine was so bad he had to straighten it out. We had been in Babylon. We had been down to Assyria. We had been sold by the Greeks for a pair of shoes. Then we being colonized by the Romans. The doctrine was so bad that when Yeshua showed up, he had to straighten out the script.
That's why the Essenes broke out, because they didn't even want to be around the temple.
They didn't want to be around it, right? So the Essenes broke out. Not only did they leave, but they left with precious documents, the Dead Sea Scrolls. And the Dead Sea Scrolls prove one thing. See, people we keep talking about the captivity. People don't understand. If you go back and look at how language or writing or was spread throughout the earth, guess what you find? The Hebrews gave their alphabet to the Greeks, who gave it to the Romans, who gave it to the rest of the world. There's proof. It's called Boustrophedon, Boustrophedon, Boustrophedon writing. That's where you write from right to left, left to right, right to left. The Greeks down in Crete, there's evidence that they wrote from right to left, and there's evidence at the Colosseum in Rome that the Romans wrote from right to left. And the proof is when Pontius Pilate was examining Yeshua or Jesus. What language did he speak to him in? I don't see where it said he spoke Latin to Pontius Pilate. Pontius Pilate spoke Aramaic to Yeshua.
He knew their language.
Think about it, man. They was at one time, the Romans wrote and spoke Aramaic, and they wrote right to left.
Latin wasn't the Rome's official language till later on.
Well, it was the official language for a while.
Okay.
for the Romans and the Greeks. I'm not making this up.
Somebody asked about Dura Europa. Was that a synagogue like the Israelites? The synagogues came about a little bit later.
Well,
Dura Europa, go ahead.
Dura Europa is a synagogue that you could basically call a museum that was found down in Syria that has all the black artifacts of Abraham, Moshe, Moses, the prophet Ezekiel, brother David, Samson.
So Dura Europa, that's legitimate. That were legit Israelites. You don't think they were converts or nobody else, right?
Man, listen, the Dura Europa synagogue was in Syria. The Syrians were the seed of who? The seed of Shem. And Syria is in what? In 8 parts of Asia, in the land of Aram. Who is Aram? Aram was the baby son of Shem. Remember when Abraham, I had a delay. There you go. There it is. And that's the reason why the West was bombing Syria. They were trying to destroy the artifacts. These are some of the oldest artifacts in the world.
So you thinking the West these folk ain't confused. You thinking the West know.
Yeah, they know. Listen, man, they've been knowing since 1727 who we are. Everybody knows but us. See, the Anglo-Saxon Jew does not say that you're not Israel. He won't even admit it until you tell him you know. They know there are 2 people on the planet that possess the sickle cell trait. It is the Edomite and the Hebrew Israelite. Why? Because our father Jacob and Esau were twins.
Yes.
So that's a genetic marker that links us with them.
All right, y'all hear that part right there. So you don't necessarily believe that Esau is what we call the birth or the origin of Europeans in the earth. You don't teach that.
I mean, you can only teach what the book, what's in the book. The book don't teach that you mean that they were first? That's where people would go back to say we see the first Europeans. No, they weren't the first Europeans. The first Europeans descended from Japheth. Now we got a problem in the Middle East right now. All those Arabian nations should be who? That should be Abraham's seed. Well, the Turks overran Arabia, I think, in 1500, and they displaced the black Arabians. And so the white Turks went into Arabia. So when you look in Egypt and Kuwait and all those countries down, those Arabian countries, you see these white Arabians, those are Turks that have been there since 1550. The black seed of Abraham, the Arabians, is in the desert. Remember, the prophecy said that Japheth would inhabit the tents of Shem. All of Arabia is what? That's Shem's tent. But who's in it? Japheth, the white man. And that's not, I use the word white as an adjective, nothing negative, because I'm not into that.
Yes, he said, you're all right. Let me see. Now, these sickle cell affects all races, though, one person is saying. Now, were these paintings here, this Dura Europa, like Elijah and all of this, were these paintings tampered with? This folk look light-skinned to me.
Well, some of them have been lightened. You know, the word that they use, restoration, is a word that they use to deface real art. You see this artifact right here that you have on the screen now shows Moses and the Egyptians. But look at Moses. He's depicted as a black man. Now, these are artifacts from the Dura Europos synagogue date back to 323 BC and older.
BC or AD now? Which one we got? I'm trying to figure this stuff out. Y'all know I'm slow. I'm trying to figure this out. Go ahead.
That's BC, 323 BC.
And,
and the brother said sickle cell affects all races. What does that mean? That simply means that those individuals that have sickle cell in those different races, they're the seed of Shem. And that's why there's a prophecy that says that Jacob's seed would Israel is as a speckled bird. That means, because remember, Israel was scattered to every nation under the sun, Timothy. So if Israel scattered to every nation under the sun, he's going to carry that marker with him. And so is Esau. But Esau has not been scattered into every nation under the sun. There's parts of Arabia that the Anglo-Saxon Jews cannot go to, so they don't fit that prophecy. Also, the prophecy said Israel was going to go back into captivity on a naya, which is ship in Aramaic. Abadah, which is slave. Anaya, Abadah, Anaya, slave ships.
Yeah,
we're not dealing with the synagogue and the Christian side of this conversation. We just simply the subject matter. The brother Berean brought up the subject matter of the Dura Europos synagogue. My response simply was that these artifacts are some of the oldest artifacts that depict the Hebrew Israelites in the world. But
my only thing is, near one of these folk look like me. I'm looking for folk look like me. Not to be. I ain't bringing anything or nothing.
Well, they've been restored. Restoration means they like
all of these. So they deliberately erased. So Dura Europos,
they deliberately lighten the artifacts.
They whitewashed it.
That's exactly what's going on. So what we have, one of the issues we're having in the Middle East or Jerusalem right now is we have archaeological teams that descend on an archaeological find. So guess what happens? The Israelis, they run to the archaeological site. They control the site. By the time we get it, it's either been it's been what they call restored, lightened, and or they substitute the original alphabet, the Aramaic, and they place the Masoretic script in there. There's a lot going on.
To deceive. Now, why is that happening? Because they want to specifically deceive?
Well, the thing is that the deception has to be complete. You can't have, scholars know this. You had to do what? You had to make Yeshua white. But the Bible, the book of Revelation, gave an eyewitness description. He had an afro and he was black. So in order to deceive the world, Jesus had to become white, the prophets, the apostles, and the surrounding nations. Arabia had to become white to make it what? To make it complete.
Okay, go ahead. I'm listening. I'm just looking at these paintings. They got every one of them because ain't there nothing looking like me.
The one on Moses looked like you, and the one on Abraham is a little darker. But again, there's nothing we can do about it because most of the so-called Negroes or the scholars in America and the Hebrews that have money, they don't invest. We don't send our own archaeologists to these sites. That's what we need to be doing.
You know some black archaeologists, a few black archaeologists that do research and grace and peace.
Listen, we can have these guys, these brothers and these sisters trained to be archaeologists. We need to take some money. These are camps that got millions of dollars, send our own archaeologists to these sites, be there on the spot to take pictures of the artifact in its natural, in its pre-tampered state, when it has not been tampered with yet.
So all of them are going and tampering with. So anywhere they got a finding and stuff like that, they're gonna go in there first. They're gonna send a team in there first.
They got one problem. The problem that they have is that there were so many images and artifacts that they couldn't burn them and hide them all. Just a case in point, Egypt. They said the testimony, the eyewitness account when the scholars came out of the tombs of the 12th dynasty of Egypt and the 18th dynasty. This is what they said. We don't see any images, any evidence of Israel in Egypt. That's not what they meant. What they meant was we couldn't find any white Jews on the walls of these tombs in Egypt because the black Jews are all over the walls in the tombs of Egypt.
Okay, go ahead. I'm looking at the comments. I'm waiting for Afrocentric bias isn't scholarly research, sir. You need to be able to weigh all sides of the story, not just the Afrocentric information. So there's no way that the light-skinned Jew, what the mixed multitude look like to you back in Mount Sinai? What's your email? His email or my email?
Well, the book gives you an eyewitness description of Israel. You know, Solomon. There are two history books. One you call the Bible, and another one they call the Latin Vulgate. They give an eyewitness description of King Solomon.
What was that?
in King James translation, Solomon, the first chapter, he says he's black, but he's coming. He used the word black. In the Latin Vulgate, he calls himself a nigrita. Nigrita is Latin for what? For black. So in two ancient history, the Latin Vulgate was written, I think, around 380 AD. It's almost 2,000 years older than the King James Version, and Solomon is still being described as a man of color. We're not here. See, people, this is what happens when you speak the truth. We got people that try to throw the race card in the mix while we cooking, making this cake. We're not interested in race.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want to condescend to that lower state. That's childishness to us. We want to deal with
Professor Cummins. Professor Lee Cummins. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Keep on.
We want to deal with the facts. This is all inclusive.
I hate you, Timothy. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This is an all-inclusive gospel.
Okay.
This is an all-inclusive gospel. Oh, hey, the book talks about Revelations that they was going to come from what? All tongues, all nations. All
come on.
We ain't got no problem with that. All we saying is Israel first and the rest of the world next. The crumbs that fall from the children's table, that goes to the rest of the world. But we're going to be first. No, Solomon was not kissing a man. And we asked that all statements and or questions be on the intellectual side and no foolishness.
Hold on. All right. Hold on a minute, y'all. Go ahead, Watson. Go ahead, brother. I'm trying to do something whilst he's doing that. Y'all know I'm slow on this computer. But go ahead. You see anything in the comment section?
Yeah, the guy said Solomon was kissing. No, Solomon was not kissing a man. Solomon was married. He was not a homosexual.
All right. He says, all right. So he's all right. All right. All right. Let me see if I could. I'm trying to pull it up. Y'all know I'm not. All right. Here you go. Here you go. I am black. This is the part you're talking about, right? 1 to 5. Songs.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. School them, brother. School them. Go ahead. School these.
I'm black but come, O you daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon. Look not upon me because I'm what? I'm black. Now, so when they came out with the English translate, the New English version of the Bible, they took that out of there, and the New English version says I'm dark, but it don't say I'm black. But if you go back to the Latin Vulgate, which was written almost 2,000 years before the King James Version, he is described as nigretta or Negro in antiquity, ancient times. All it simply meant was black. We had Roman Caesars that were called Negro. These are the facts.
Yes.
See, so that's what I'm trying to tell you. We deal with facts. We don't deal with foolishness and childishness, all this hate that's on the internet. Everybody wants to hate to get a point across. You don't have to hate people to teach the truth.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me see. I'm trying to All right, yes, yeah. This is all right. Maybe, and then I know I make this thing bigger right here. All right, let me give it to them right here because they worried about this. Song of Solomon 1 and 5. Let me see. I can make this bigger. I just make it bigger like this. All right. I am black. I got it highlighted right here. You see it?
Yeah.
All right. Stop, Mike. Oh, that's the family. All right. All right. So read that for them right there.
You want to pick it up from the beginning?
Yeah. Matter of fact, pick it up from the beginning. Yeah.
Let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth, for thy love is better than wine, because of the Savior of thy good ointments. Thy name is an ointment poured forth. Therefore, do the virgins love thee? So these virgins had to be women. Draw me. We will run after thee. The king have brought me into his chambers. We will be glad and rejoice with thee. We will remember thy love more than wine. The upright love thee. I am black but comely. Oh, you what? He tell you who he's talking about. Oh, you daughters, not men. Oh, you daughters of Jerusalem. So, and then in the second verse, that was the subsequent sentence. He says again, look not upon me because I'm black. So It ain't just Solomon that's described as a black man in antiquity. The book tells you that when Moshe or Moses, well, when he delivered the daughters of Midian, the priests of Midian, daughters from the evil, the Hero shepherds, that when the old man asked them, "Why y'all come back so soon from the well?" They said, "The
Egyptian help me." Yes.
Oh, wait a minute. What color? What does Egypt mean? The name Egypt means what? Black. See, so
you see, but look at the top. Look at the top. Let's go to 2 because people are a little bit worried over here. Let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth. Let him read the first. Just read the first a little bit in 2 at the top. But
the Song of Solomon is a love song that was written by Solomon concerning Yahweh. And so it transitions, just like you and I have conversations. We've been talking, we done had about 20 subjects since I got on your line.
Okay.
It transitions from talking about Yahweh to then because he says, "For thy love is better than wine." Then he talks
so
about
who is the him right here? Let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth.
He's talking about Yahweh.
Beginning is not Solomon. Who's this talking right
here? Solomon is talking about Yahweh. I hate Yahweh. No, ain't no come on, yo. That's the truth. He's talking about Yahweh. For thy love is better than wine. And then he says, look.
So Solomon is saying, let God kiss me with the kisses of his mouth.
Yeah, he's talking about you. Because if you go back, if you continue, we're not doing
Timothy, I'm getting ready to block you, Timothy. I'm getting ready to block you.
If you keep reading the book, if you keep reading the book of Solomon, the Song of Solomon, he says, "Who is this that cometh out of the wilderness?"
Yes.
Well, that's referencing who? Isaiah 16:1. Send the lamb to the wilderness. This is a song that Solomon wrote about the love that Yahweh has for the children of Israel.
Okay, go ahead.
This ain't no homosexual act, man, and that's blasphemy. And this is what I'm saying. We got people.
He agreed that that's black. No, Pastor Jake. No, who said that? I don't know who said that, but he agreed that it's blasphemy. He agreed that that's blasphemy.
Yeah,
if
that's blasphemy.
Trying to do that.
Yeah, Solomon. How could the man be? How could he be kissing a man when Solomon? We know for a fact he was married. He had children
and concubines.
See what I'm saying? And we know that Solomon loved women. We know Solomon loved women. He had 1,000 of them.
But 700. Come on, he talking right there, y'all.
He had 300 queens and 700 concubines. Anybody that intimates that Solomon was a homosexual, you a hater of the truth. That's that evil angel.
Give them some more black scripture, though. They just want to prove they grew up with a lot of pictures. That's the folk problem. They grew up with a lot of Sunday school pictures seeing white folk. So they won't even know the depths of scriptures like just Solomon trying to school them, but they can't even see it. What about Moses? You said you studied the Egyptian. With all of the Egyptians or all of the Egyptian dynasties, black people, all of them?
Yeah, look, man, the only people that thought that the Egyptians were white was Napoleon.
But there weren't no light in the 32nd, 33rd. There weren't no light-skinned dynasties later on.
Oh man, it was a brown-skinned dynasty. See, now we're gonna preach a little bit tonight.
Go ahead, preach.
You know, the script said, listen, he said, the children of Israel, Exodus, the first chapter, the children of Israel are more mighty than us. He said, now if a war breaks out, they're gonna get with our enemies and they're gonna get out the land. Who was they talking? Who was Pharaoh? I think it was Pharaoh Moses. Who was he talking about? He was talking about the Hyksos that were in Lower Egypt. And the Hyksos in Lower Egypt were what? They were Hebrews. They weren't Israelites because they weren't the seed of Jacob, but they were Hebrews in Lower Egypt. And so the Hebrews in Lower Egypt were what? Brown-skinned people. That's why we are typically a brown-skinned, olive-skinned people.
Y'all, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, talk about it.
These are historical facts. This is what I'm trying to tell you. People, we have a brother. He said, "Hey, well, do the research. The research has been done. That's what I've been doing for the last 20 years. Research. This ain't one of them young Hebrew Israelites that's yelling and screaming on the internet, making clowning and making a fool out of himself and embarrassing us. I'm one of the men in this thing."
Come on, I'm going to open up the line in case anybody, because I'm reading the type and moving a little bit. It ain't moving fast like the night of the debate, but he hit me. Matter of fact, he hit me the night of the debate or after or something like that. I'm gonna drop the link. Y'all can jump on and ask a question or two. Y'all not gonna be on here long. I know there was some Dura Europos stuff, and some people want to hear more about the whitewashing and how we need archaeologists out in the field. You blame this on us that we don't have more archaeologists in the field, that we're seeing Dura Europa and all of this stuff that's clearly been tampered with.
The problem that we have in Israel is we're not thinking like a big. See, look at, and I hate to use this church as an example, but it's an example that we need to look at. Look at the Catholic Church. Even though they don't have nothing to do with it, with salvation, they have archaeologists. They'll send their archaeologists out to these sites.
He got a point there, y'all. They got astronomy. They into the stars and everything for religious.
So if we got camps that's sitting on, why are you sitting on millions of dollars in your treasury so you can make a boast that you got 5, 10, 20, $50 million in the treasury? Why don't you? We need some of these camps to have some of the members educated to be archaeologists and send them down to these sites. We need to stop. We need to grow as an entity.
All right, you heard that. Hebrew Israel. What's good with you, brother? Come on to the microphone. Dura Europa. Timothy's in here trying to amp the people up. What say ye about this in archaeology? You got a little bit of understanding about DNA and some of these finds and what's going on here. What do you say about that? And all, you think all of the pictures were tampered with? They didn't have nothing left over that looked like me and Dura Europa?
No, the only thing, you see the one right here in the center, right? Where you got this highlighted.
This one here? Well, hold on, I got to go back to the other page because not even this don't look right there.
That's
Moses. It don't look like me.
Yeah, but look at the color. He's darker. He's dark, and the Egyptians are dark. That's a picture of Moshe. And if you go back and read the 6th chapter of Exodus, the book says what? The book said he stuck his hand in his bosom. When it came out, it was white as snow. He stuck it back in his bosom, and it went back to his other color.
And that color was like me?
That color was black. Yeah. That was that color, man. And see, first of all, if people have to understand, I don't want to get into this because I want to come across as I don't want to interject.
Come across as a racist.
I hate that concept, man. It kills the truth.
Yes.
But let's talk for a second. What was a leper in those days? A leper was somebody who was what? I don't even want to go there. I don't even want to go there. I don't want to go there because that's mean, and I don't want to be mean. So let's leave that alone. Hold
on a minute. Let me let some of this play because I want to get down. I gotta get down these lies. Fair use. Hold on, Israel of man, this is a leprosy skin disease. Man, not a change of skin pigmentation. Hold on a second. Yeah. A body parts are falling off. I'll pull that up too. I'll pull that up too, Pastor Jay. We got to take our time and go because we need to learn. Van Harris, I don't like the melons in them right now. Let me play this video. Fair use. I'm gonna mute myself.
We got artifacts of Israel, black artifacts. So,
hello, and welcome to the Museum of the Jewish People. My name is Asaf Gamzu, and I work as a guide here. Today, we're going to talk about a unique mural from a synagogue in Dura Europos. This is a mural. This is a reconstruction of it. In the original form, it's actually a much larger wall in the National Museum of Damascus.
He said he told y'all right there was reconstruction. What reconstruction mean, Timmy Tim? What reconstruction mean? Fair use.
This synagogue wall was, as I said, from a small city called Dura Europos, which 1700 years ago was set between the two largest empires of the time, the Roman Hellenistic Empire to the west and the Persian Empire to the east. Now, when archaeologists uncovered this wall, at first they thought this was actually an ancient church. But as they excavated, it went down and down and down and down. They saw more and more menorahs until they came to this place. Once the archaeologists got to this alcove, they saw the menorah, the temple, and this illustration of the binding of Isaac. Not only are these Jewish symbols here, but this alcove is also set for the Jewish scripture, for the Torah scroll. And that's when they realized that this wall is actually not part of an ancient church, but a Jewish synagogue. And that all of these different illustrations illustrate stories from Jewish scripture, from the Old Testament. For example, we see here the story of Moses. Moses being born to a family of slaves, being put in the Nile River, rescued by the daughter of Pharaoh, and raised among the royal family. Moses is a star of this wall, as he is a prominent figure in the Bible. So here, for example, we see Exodus. We can see the same representation of Egypt, and they are leaving Egypt. This is departing of the Red Sea. Now, while we may find it surprising that the synagogue depicts human images, they do not depict God. We see God there, only his hands are parting the Dead Sea. And we do not see his or her or their representation. We can see Moses here with the burning bush. We see taking off his sandals. Now, something very unique and interesting in this wall is that they actually took artists from both cultures. They have a Persian artist and they have a Greek artist. If you want a hint as to how to distinguish between the Persian and the Greek artist, I'll give you a hint. It's all in the clothing. Persians draw pants and they have no idea how to draw a toga. Greeks draw beautiful togas, but no pants.
Come on, Hebrew Israel.
Shalom. Thank you for bringing me on the panel. That was an interesting video, a good video of Israelites, of Jewish.
You call them light-skinned folk Israelites?
Yes, sir. Those are very good and interesting depictions of, Israelite people, Jewish people, and they are 100% accurate.
Go ahead. Go ahead. What'd you say about what you heard so far with the Song of Solomon and everything?
Concerning the Song of Solomon, that's actually referencing a woman. The woman that's from that's a Shulamite woman.
Correct. Go ahead, you got the floor, brother. I'm going. You got the floor.
Oh.
Are there anything good you disagree with? You agree with? You disagree with? We want to hear your thoughts.
Oh, and I'm trying to think of what else was said, because I kind of just jumped on YouTube. But concerning the depictions, yeah, accurate images of Jewish people or Israelites of that particular area.
How bad do you think whitewashing is with the temples and stuff, like things of that nature?
Whitewashing? No.
Yeah.
No, it's not whitewashing. When it comes to the ancient Israelites, there would have been a plethora of phenotypes. You would have had phenotypes ranging from brown, Middle Eastern brown people, to black, to white.
So back in the days, I could see, like, I could walk down the street in New York, I could see somebody that I might think is Italian, somebody that I might think is Norwegian, that's part of Israel.
Norwegian, like as in blue eyes and blonde hair.
English, somebody I thought was from England.
I would go more on the route of like Mediterranean. Like, okay. I wouldn't be shocked to see people with Mediterranean features.
Olive people,
in Israel. I mean, technically, Israel is a Mediterranean country, so.
Yes.
But yeah, I can even pull up images of people in the land of Canaan from like the 14th century BC that look like modern day Lebanese or modern day light-skinned individuals with like Caucasoid features and stuff like that. It's not hard to find.
As a matter of fact, the professor was saying technically we're not really seeing any Jews till the 8th. I've read the 8th or the 4th century. You said the 8th or the 14th century, Professor. I'm sorry, you muted. Hold on, let me unmute you. Go ahead, brother. 14th or 8th?
There was no such thing as an Anglo-Saxon or European Jew until the 8th century AD under the Khazars. That is a known historical fact.
And that's from Consular's book, author book.
That's from what's his name? Kostner, the 13th.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Hebrew is go ahead, brother.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about Ashkenazi or Sephardic specifically. Light-skinned Israelites would have existed before Israelites went into Europe.
Yeah, but
We already would have had light-skinned populations
but
among
we're
us.
not talking about light skin. We're not talking about, because remember, the book said that Israel was like a speckled bird. We knew that there were light-skinned Israelites, but I have artifacts right here, untampered artifacts that depict Israel, the Israelites, as black people. Now,
all right, we got to pull some of that up, and then that scripture speckled bird. That has to do with what now? I got to pull that one up.
That's the captivity. You know, like when you can see us right now. When the
light skin, dark skin.
Well, when we have children with European women, the child comes out what? It's a biracial child. So we are, no matter what country we found ourselves in, we sexually mingled with those people, and then Israel came out looking a bunch of different colors. But we have artifacts from museums around the world that depict Israel as black people. And again, we say this, and I mean this, you should be able to feel this coming from me. We're not interested in the word racism, the antagonism and the negativity associated. We just want to present the facts. We have the facts.
Come on, talk about it. Go ahead.
Right,
brother.
we do have the facts.
We got the artifacts. We have an image when he gives me an opportunity. You know, I'll show you.
Pull this screen up right now. We got to show and prove to these folks. I think you had it up. I clicked it off. Yeah, pull it back up. I'll click on it.
I'd like to show you an artifact right now.
Yes.
That depicts the Israelites. It's a stone piece that came out of the Assyrian Empire. Hold on. Let me see if I can find. Here you go. I click share screen, right?
Yes, sir.
So I'm gonna share my screen, and I'm gonna pick. Here it is, right here. This artifact right here. I don't know. Can you guys see this?
Now we can.
Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Should I blow it up?
Yeah, matter of fact, yeah. Don't get these people nothing to doubt.
Tell me when. Tell me when to stop.
Okay, what these people looking like? I don't know, y'all. I'm sorry.
But this is an image from the black obelisk that came out of Assyria that depicts the Israelites with nappy hair and locks. These are people of color.
How do you know that's not just thick curly hair? Because a lot of Middle Easterners have thick curly hair.
However you describe it, but that's Israel. These brothers came from the 10 tribes.
No, I agree that they're Israelites, but how do you know that they're Nigerian type peoples? You know, Nigerian.
Because the black obelisk gives a detailed description of these Israelite princes bringing tribute money to King Shalmaneser of Assyria. Now, I'm going to take you up here and show you another artifact. Here's a picture of just the only image of one of the kings of the northern tribe, King Jehu. And you can see the nose on Jehu. Can you see this picture?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, but they trying to say them light-skinned Jews got big noses too. They used to mock them in Europe with big noses.
But they would have to. Why? That's your twin. If you believe that Esau is
my only issue is
if you believe that Esau is your twin, he should look like you. Hold on. Now this artifact right here is what? This is an artifact of Levites with cornrows. Here it is right here, British Museum. Levites with cornrows. You see this image? They got the musical instruments.
Can you find this for me on an actual website instead of in your presentation?
Yeah, but right now we're just dealing with the artifacts that I have.
No, I mean, can you give me the artifact
later on? Yeah.
I'll do that. Here are Levites with the cymbals, the tambourines, according to the Book of Chronicles, and they got cornrows. They got.
No, he want to know where this picture come from.
How do we know they're Levites? We don't know where this picture comes from.
Yeah. He want to know that. Yes.
And they have fringes on.
You see, he's not explaining to us, Brian.
Yes.
No, I'm not evading the question. How do you know that they're Levites? Well, first of all, the sons of Asaph were the musicians in Israel.
No, we believe all of that. I believe all of that right there. That's Bible. Yeah. They get the Bible. I believe all of that. That's right.
But the artifacts itself, British Museum. Now we're gonna show you. These are cornrows that guys in the ghetto have. Right now, to this day, the rappers, all the gangsters. This is Israel. Now, these are some of the artifacts. Here is an artifact of the tribe Naphtali going into the Assyrian captivity with fringes and locks. You can find this also at the British Museum. So you say, well, what's the site? You just go type in Naphtali British Museum.
No, I want the specific one for the Levites.
Do the same thing.
Can you give me a link?
No, I don't have a link. It's just,
can you give me?
No,
well, where'd you get the image from then? If you didn't have a link,
I just said it, man. I said British Museum. You heard me.
No, I mean, can you go to Google right now and show me where you got this image from?
Go there on your and pull up images. We can find it right now. Go on your computer and we'll pull it up. We can find that. That's no problem. We can find that.
And also, here's another thing I have an issue with. We're looking at stone. There's no skin colors depicted. There's no hair color depicted. It's just stone. So these people could be white for all we know.
But
we don't know what they look like.
They had white paint, white colors, white plaster back in them days, but they chose to depict themselves as people of color.
They're not depicted with any color. It's just stone.
That's a black stone. That's color.
You can use a black stone and still be depicting a person of another ethnic group.
How come they didn't make it? How come they didn't make it out of white?
You know why they made it out? Wait, you know why they made it out of black stone? I can explain why they made it out of black stone, because it was made out of black obelisk. It's going to be black by default. The stone is black.
Is that my fault that they were depicted as black people on the black obelisk?
Yeah, but you just scroll through other images and they weren't in black stone. They were in more like a tan stone. Like even what you have up here right here. This isn't black. This is like gray.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you what you forget. When he played that video of the Dura Europos synagogue, what did it say? It said that the original form. So they let you know while the guy was speaking, he was letting you know this was not this Dura Europos. These artifacts are not in their original form. They had been tampered with. Why did you go back
to the Dura Europos when we were talking about the stones?
That's what we talking. They had been tampered with. That's what. This the thing that everybody. Go ahead, I'll listen. Go ahead.
He did one. He didn't say that they were tampered with, but two, we were talking about stone.
If he said it's not in this, he said it's not in this original form. That means it's been tampered with.
We were originally talking about stone depictions in Assyria, but then you go back to Dura Europos.
Well, I was using that as an analogy, as an example.
Okay, but still,
I'm sorry, Hebrew. Then y'all don't email me. I wasn't got a professor. Y'all don't email me about who I get camps from the corner, and he's not from no camp on no corner. So this all right. So this, I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Is this a professor?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, when it comes to the Dura Europos, they are depicting Jews of that time in that geographical area.
That is not true. That is
and
not true.
How can you explain to me that that's not true?
Because at that particular time in 300 BC, you had the ruling party at that time was Judah was still in play, and Judah was still black. And I don't know why we having this problem, just like the same argument that you're bringing up is the same argument that the white scholars try to use to say that Egypt is white, when everybody knows that Egypt is black and Egypt is in Africa. Hold on, 2 seconds, man. You can have the floor because I like your professionalism. I really do. But where is Jerusalem? It's in Northeast Africa. There's no such thing as the Middle East. Africa, according to Benjamin Franklin, all Africa is swarthy. Read the 17th century dictionary by Johnson. The 17th century dictionary, the description of swarthy is black. So if Benjamin Franklin in 1751 said that all of Africa was swarthy, except for the newcomers, who was that? The Anglo-Saxons. Jerusalem is in Northeast Africa. How can we get away from this, man? I don't understand.
I can explain. So
you can't.
So there was a lot that you said. I'm gonna see if I can remember everything.
Yeah, where are your facts? Where are your artifacts and where are your facts? You keep telling me, you keep saying, hey man, show me your facts.
Yeah, I can bring up.
Give him a second, Professor. Give him a second. Let him come on. We can pull some of that stuff up. But whilst you take your time. Whilst you pull yourself, people of God, come on, Karaite dude. Don't wild out. You was wilding out yesterday, Ezra the Karaite. Don't come on here wilding out today. Come on, you wanna share something? You muted, brother.
Shalom. Can you hear me?
Yes, shalom. What's good with you, brother? I can hear you.
I believe that according to the biblical narrative, that 99% of Tanakh are dark-skinned people.
99%.
And I say that, and yeah, I say between 95 and 95%, because the white races, according to theologians, come from Japheth. But when you look at the biblical narrative, the Israelites only married within either other Shemites or Hamites. And according to theologians, the Hamites are black people, right? So if they're black people, look who the Israelites married. For example, Joseph married Ethiopians. I'm sorry. It's Egyptians. I'm sorry, Egyptians. So if and Egyptians is called the land of Ham. So if all
1 to 5, correct.
So if Hamites are dark-skinned people, according to the theologians, look who Moses' wife was, a Cushite, which is the darkest of all the peoples.
Come on.
So, and look who Judah married. Judah married Canaanites. He had children with Canaanite women, which are, again, black people. So I believe that the true Israelites is a Shemitic, Hamitic blend of people. They are mixed with mostly Hamites, which will make them, even if they were blonde hair, blue eyed, which I doubt, but even if they were, by the time that they spent 200 to 400 years in Egypt, they would come out dark right there alone. But then you can see all the other incidences where they married Hamitic people. So I would say, according to the biblical narrative, that they would be dark-skinned people.
All right, thank you. Hold on. All right. Pastor Jay, come onto the microphone before I give back to Hebrew, the Hebrew of Israel.
All right, no problem. I just got one question right now. Is regarding this whole Israel speckled bird thing and people making this about skin color.
Oh yeah, that's why we had a good bit.
Right. For the professor, where in Jeremiah, when the Lord is saying that Israel is unto me as a speckled bird, is this talking about their race?
Excellent. Or he might be muted. I'm sorry. Go on, Professor. You muted. Go ahead.
It's just simply letting you know you got to realize what he's talking about, the scattering, because we was going to
pull it up. So pull it up. Hebrew Israel. Pull it up for a minute so we could see that. And Judah mourneth and is black and brown.
Right,
go ahead.
You said me pull it up or Pastor Jay?
No. I'm gonna take yours off for a minute. Pastor Jay. Everybody's talking.
Yeah,
I want the screen up.
I got it. Right.
The Hebrew Israel. Sorry, brother. Just take your time. Pull your stuff up. Go ahead, Jay.
I know. Yeah. So in Jeremiah 12, where is this talking about their race or skin color?
Well, he's basically talking about the scattering here, and you know, he says, "My heritage is unto me as a speckled bird." Why? You've been scattered to every nation under the sun. So think about
what verse is the speckled bird?
Verse 9.
So what is a speckled bird? A speckled bird is many colors. That's why that prophecy, that's a description of what was going to happen to the Lord. Yahweh knew we was going to intermarry. And you don't believe it? When they came out of Babylon, they couldn't even speak Aramaic any longer. Nehemiah had to reteach them. So Israel, and then Joshua had to slay a Canaanite woman and a Hebrew. We have always mingled with the nations.
Professor, you know,
that's why I got
that. What you're saying, that's camp doctrine, and it's false.
Okay, then what does it say to you?
No, he ain't affiliated with no camp. Professor ain't
no. Yeah, but what he's saying is
okay, what does that mean to you?
Well, we've been saying non-camp. We've been saying the camps have been influencing non-camp. We didn't say that. Go ahead. He asked you a specific question. What does that mean to you?
Right. Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, if I can just quickly read into it, I'll start at verse 5. It has nothing to do with race or skin color at all.
Go ahead.
So it says, if thou hast run with footmen, talking to the prophet, and they have wearied thee, then how canst thou contend with horses? Right, showing the finite or mortality of the prophet, human wise. And he says, and if in the land of peace, wherein thou trustest, they wearied thee, the people, their rebellion and seeking to kill him, then how would thou do in the swelling of Jordan, right? Because when the waters would rise up and make it treacherous to pass over. But then it says, for even thy brethren and the house of thy father, even they have dealt treacherously with thee. Yea, they have called a multitude after thee. Believe them not, though they speak fair words unto thee. And look at what he said. He said, I have forsaken mine house. I have left my heritage. The Lord left as far as his presence with them. He's now an enemy against them. I have given the dearly beloved of my soul into the hand of her enemies. So exile is coming. Mine heritage, to my Israel, is unto me as a lion in the forest. You know, lions are roaring, and that pronounces where they're at, and that's normally the sound they're making when they're in a hunt. But the Lord said, my heritage is unto me as a lion in the forest. It, talking about the children of Israel, crieth out against me as rebels and opposing the Lord. Therefore I have hated it because of their evils. Then it said, my heritage is unto me as a speckled bird. Got nothing to do with race, but this animal, or the speckled vulture, or and some say hyena at the bottom, but my heritage is unto me as this animal. Why? And then it says, the birds round about her, so these other vultures around, she's like a vulture, and as vultures always flock together, the Lord said, she's like a speckled bird or a vulture to me, and the vultures that are with her, that are around her, are against her, these enemies. It says, come
do me a favor, Pastor Jay, and read it out the ESV also, because I tell people, if your doctrine only work in the King James Bible, there's a good chance your doctrine ain't right. Read it out the ESV and see what that exact verse say too.
All right. My heritage is unto me as a speckled bird. The birds round about her are against her. Come ye, assemble all the beasts of the field, come to devour. So the Lord's talking about the people that they're in harlotry with, they're in prostitution with, that they're opposing the Lord, and they're like a roaring lion in the forest, roaring against the Lord in their rebellion and their stubbornness of hearts, and them being like speckled vultures that come. Normally, the vultures come together to eat up on prey that they found that are dead. But the Lord is saying that the vultures, the birds around her, are going to devour her. And so he says, many pastors or the shepherds or the elders and the watchmen of the people have destroyed my vineyard through their false doctrines and not warning them of their sins. They have trodden my portion underfoot. They have made my pleasant portion a deserted wilderness. And then he goes on and says what's going to happen to them and how he deserted them. So the Lord is comparing her to not just a speckled bird, but also a lion, and using these animals and their traits and what they do to describe the rebelliousness of the children of Israel. It got nothing to do with them going to captivity, mating with some people, and their skin colors changing. And this is why you got white and blacks and light-skinned Jews. It's got nothing to do with that. So in 9, you said the ESV. So it says, is my heritage to me like a hyena's lair? Are the birds of prey against her all around? Go assemble all the wild beasts. Bring them to devour. Many shepherds have destroyed my vineyard. They have trampled down my portion. I'm just read a couple more. Has not my inheritance become like a speckled bird of prey that other birds of prey surround and attack? Go and gather all the wild beasts. Bring them to devour. So you see the consistency between all the NLT say my chosen people act like speckled vultures. That's how they acted. It's got nothing to do with their skin color. So when people use this and say, see, we know that there's different skin tones of Jews because the Lord said the Israelites are like speckled birds, but then you try to make this argument about blacks. It's a distortion of the text. You're missing the whole point of what the Lord's saying through Jeremiah.
They say they're handling the word of God deceitfully. Some people want to use that. Come on, Hebrew. Thank you, Pastor Jay. Come on, Hebrew Israel. Pull your screen up.
All right. So just to address this concept that Israel is in Northeast Africa, and here I'll give him this. I would say that yes, Israel, a portion, not the entire Levant, but the portion of Israel is on the African tectonic plate. But that doesn't mean everybody on the continent of Africa is black. It's a continent. Anybody can go to a continent. They're not restricted by skin tones. I can use so many examples, but I'm just not going to do that right now. But I am going to focus on this. The ancient Levant, around the time of the Israelites. there would have been various skin tones there, not just black, sub-Saharan African, Nigerian looking peoples. For instance, let's take a look at this. This is from the 18th dynasty in the 14th century BCE. I'm about to show you an image of Amenhotep III. This is a depiction of Canaanites that were captured, Levantine peoples. You can see right here. You can find this at the Meat Museum, and this is a depiction of the Canaanites. And as you can see, they don't look Nigerian to me. Now, I'm not saying that there couldn't have been black-looking people in the Levant. There could have been. There could have easily been dark-skinned, black-looking people in the Levant, but that wasn't the only phenotype. These right here are Canaanites from Megiddo, and if we're familiar with Megiddo, that's one of the places in Israel where the Israelites would eventually conquer, you know, and et cetera, et cetera. And so these people clearly look like tanned, Caucasoid, like Lebanese people. Like if you look at depictions of Lebanese or Palestinians or Israeli Jews, this is what they kind of look like. Let's go to another image. This right here, oops, excuse me. Let me see if y'all can see. Okay, you can. This right here is a depiction of several groups by the Egyptians. This man right here is an Amorite. You can see right here where it has the different names, like you have Nubians right here, these two guys. And then you have Philistine, the man who's red-skinned. And then right here, Amorite right here. So the Amorites clearly are depicted, you know, white or light-skinned. You have Assyrian right here. Again, clearly depicted white or light-skinned.
Like Dura Europa looking like.
Yeah, they kind of look like the Dura Europos, correct. And then you have a Hittite right here. And we know that the Israelites interacted with all these peoples, Nubians, Philistines, Amorites, Syrians, and Hittites. And we know, according to the book of Judges, the Israelites mixed with Amorites and Syrians and Hittites. Let me make the image bigger because it might be.
Yeah, make the image bigger because some folks saying that all these folk black folk to y'all.
Like you can
all these folk black folk to y'all.
You can clearly see a difference in terms of skin tone, but I'll go to another image right here.
Hebrew Israel, and
so
that's how all the Hittites also.
Go ahead.
The Hittites also like that skin color.
Hold on, let me turn my volume. It's kind of low. Can you say that one more time?
The Hittites also like that skin color.
Yes, sir. Because the Hittites, which are mentioned in the Bible, historically Hittites are Indo-European people that lived in Anatolia. So it kind of makes sense that they're going to be light-skinned. A lot of people kind of don't know this, but there are Indo-Europeans in the Bible as far back as the Old Testament during the time of Abraham and Moses. And were you about to say something, Dunamis?
Yeah, but they're Hermetic. They're Hermetic, so they got to be dark, you know, African looking, right?
Not quite, because there's a couple of different interpretations when it comes to to like
and all of that, and Japheth and who them people were.
Yeah, there's a few different interpretations that I can cover some of those here in a second if y'all want, but I'm just going to go through a few more depictions, and then I guess I can hear from the rest of y'all. But here's a depiction of a Hittite prisoner from the Egyptians. As you can see, he's clearly yellowish white skinned. Again, Hittites are Indo-European Anatolian peoples, and I will prove this here in a second. This right here is a Libyan. And this goes to my, or not to my, but to his statement about everybody on the continent of Africa being black. Well, this is a Libyan, and Libyans are North African people, and you know they're clearly depicted light skinned. The Libyans are the Amazigh, or the Berbers, and so yeah, they're indigenous to North Africa. Modern day North Africans are indeed the descendants of ancient North Africans, because that's the thing that I typically hear, that you know Afrocentrics try to say that, oh, North Africans aren't really African. They are.
And it's the opposite. I'm sorry, it's the opposite of what Europeans were saying. Oh, the images got darkened with, you know, inside the tombs and stuff with I think with the bat with the bat poop and all of this stuff. Basically, he said the images got dark. Or and other people are saying, yo, they made the images light. We gotta call these images that we see for what they are. Everybody and what he's showing ain't black to me. You got light-skinned black folk here, but I'm not going to sit here and just make them black by looking at some stone pictures with different shades. I'm not going to say and make them all black. Well, there's people in that land looking like Bin Laden and all them dudes right now. Gaddafi, Muammar Gaddafi, and all these folk. I don't know. Y'all different. Go ahead.
And this right here is a Syrian, and I think we know where Syria is. It's located north of Israel. Israelites would have dealt with Syrians. They would have mixed with Syrians. Clearly, this man is not, Nigerian looking, I guess. Caucasoid features and stuff. And this right here is a depiction of slaves of Egyptians. Right here is a Asiatic, and right here is a Nubian. So the Egyptians were well aware of light-skinned peoples. They depicted Asiatics or Levantine groups that were enslaved, as well as Nubians that were enslaved. I think people kind of, on the other spectrum of things, people try to harp on the Egyptians to be like, oh, the Egyptians hated Cushites and they enslaved Nubians. I think people go too hard on that. It was a balance. Egyptians would have enslaved Nubians and they would have enslaved Asiatics equally. The Egyptians didn't like anybody. They were kind of racist.
They were all open up to, everybody was beneath them. Hold on. Come on, Professor. Come to the microphone. You heard a lot. Let the professor touch the mic. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me unmute you. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. Now check this out.
We're listening.
Let's get something straight. We're not talking about the Hittites. We're not talking about the Libyans. We're not talking about the Gentiles. We're talking about Israel.
Come on.
Specifically, we're addressing the seed of Shem. So I'm going to show y'all one of the artifacts, a valid artifact of one of Abraham, or one of Shem's children, from Elam. And we're gonna put this madness to rest today, because that's all this is. It's some people who are reaching. You're reaching. This is an artifact. Can you guys see that?
Yes, sir. This
is an artifact of the Persian soldiers. Go back and read Josephus' writings, The Antiquity of the Jews. Yeah. Josephus says that the father of the Persians are the Elamites. Elam is the baby son of Shem from the 10th chapter of Genesis. This is what Shem's seed looked like, man. We ain't got time to be playing these little games with these artifacts that depict these Hebrew, all these different people as different colors. This is Israel's color right here. This is Abraham's color. This is Shem's seed. In fact, Cyrus the Great, the Persians, was a black race descended from Elam. We could do this all day. You can put your artifacts up. We know that Judah was in West Africa. We know that this is the accurate, authentic representation of the seed of Shem, period. These are the facts. This artifact comes to you from the Persepolis down in ancient Iraq, Iran, on the walls down there. I'm not making this up. And you can find it in the British Museum, but you can find it on the wall of Persepolis down in Iran, Iraq. Shem seed. These are the facts. So you kick against the black obelisk. You can't kick against this.
Do I respond or?
I don't know how you gonna respond. These are facts.
You got a fool he want to share. No, let him talk. Let him talk.
Yeah, it appears that he's kicking against the scripture. The Bible, the book of Revelation talks about a frog-like spirit, a lion spirit. You kicking against the book. The book said Solomon was black. The book described Moses as black. The book of Revelation described Yeshua of the house of Judah as having hair like lambs, wool, feet like it's been burned, as black people. But you coming on here with this distortion. We talking about the book right now.
Hold on, brother. So with two things with that, but so this is do you have another image to back this up?
Yeah, I think you get me show a few different images.
Pull it up yourself. Go to the Persepolis in Iran and pull it up, and then type in Elamites, Elam, right. and then hold on. Let me finish. And then when you get through doing that, go and get Josephus' book, Antiquity of the Jews, and read what he says about Elam in Persia. I'm not making this up.
Well, no one say you're making this up.
I know. I'm just putting that as a period on the end of my sentence.
So now, brother, next thing, right? did Judah mix with a Canaanite?
They mixed with that's one of the issues that we always have had. If a woman was pretty, we was going there. Y'all know that. We're doing the same thing in this generation.
So you're telling me that all peoples around at that time, right? There are no folks of a lot of hue.
No, I don't. Look, I'd be an idiot, and the brother he would probably say that too. I'd be an idiot to say that all of Africa was black. But what we know is that according to as late as 1751, it was understood by Benjamin Franklin and the scholars in his generation that the land called Africa, that was named after the Roman general Scipio Africanus, that these were black folks down there. Period. I'm not making. You can't make this stuff up. Now we come down in this generation, and we got the naysayers saying that Ham's son wasn't black. We know that Ham was black. So Israel and whoever the brother was that spoke earlier, he was correct. Israel was in Egypt for 430 years, mingling with the black Egyptians.
But real quick, one last question, and then we can go. There's one. So I just get your point. So when did the white man come on the scene on the planet?
Well, we see Japhet is the father of the Europeans, and again, we don't do race because we're not interested. In fact, I like these different views that are being shared, and I like the temperament of all the speakers. I like that, but it's not about. This is the issue that we have. If you go back and look at the artifacts from the other side of the flood being 2486 BC, documented. You could do that. It's a time involved. It's understood by the scholars. One thing that I took note of is that there are no artifacts that depict white gods on the other side of the flood. Because what is art? Art is an outward expression of the human brain. What the eye sees, or the brain, or the eye sees, it draws. So for some inexplicable reason, on the other side of the flood, there are no white artifacts. So it means something happened from the time that Noah and them got on the boat and crossed the timeline down into Babylon.
So
we don't know. We don't know. We just hear me out. Just 2 more seconds. You got the floor. We don't know when Japhet became white. All we know is that the oldest white mummies, I want you to hear this, the oldest white mummies were found in Zhang, China, and they date to around 2322, anywhere from 2000 to 2200 BC. Zhang, China, I think they call it the Terrapin mummies, which dates within 300 to 400 years after the flood. Those are the first white mummies, and the first white eyewitness description of whites was given by the Chinese in some of the Chinese writings. So I don't. That's all I can give you.
Okay, so we know the same time period. They just happened to come up sometime. Well, we don't know when, and the Chinese were the first to discover these folks of a lot of hue.
To describe them, right?
Okay, so with the Hittites, even though they're a lot of hue, you wouldn't consider those as we would now can be white. They'll just be black men who are light skinned.
Well, we got light-skinned brothers in the hood right now.
Okay.
Right? Don't we? We call them what? Red bones. We got light-skinned brothers. We got brown-skinned brothers. We got jet blacks. We got brothers so black we call them blue. We got a brother in the hood. We call them red. So Israel and I hate this race issue. I hate it so much, man, because it kills great discussion, great interaction, and the spreading of the truth. But one thing is for certain. They were not able to get to all the artifacts. And this artifacts come from the Persepolis, the wall down in Assyria. And this is indisputable. These Persians were the seed of Shem. His baby son, Elam, huh?
No, I was just passing the mic to Ebri after you go.
Yeah. So these are the facts. So like again, like as far as the white Jew is concerned, that's none of our business. Our business is our people. The eyewitness accounts, the ancient maps, the whole nine. That is our business.
Hold on, one last question. Sorry, one last question. You brought up the Jew. I know you can't give an exact number, but majority by 70 AD, right? And let's say until 1000 AD, right? Were Israelites rabbinical? Did they have a rabbinical tradition or what? What was their tradition?
See, we didn't have we were not into the concept of rabbis.
So Ezra and all them, the rabbinical system, all that kind of stuff, that wasn't done by black folks.
Well,
Ezra and Nehemiah was real black Israelites, right?
Well, we didn't. If you go, there's a coin, but the one brother says, well, they use certain materials. But there's another coin. It's a commemoration coin from Vespasian Caesar that dates to 70 AD that depicts Simon, the leader of the revolt. I think it's Simon. But anyway, one of the Judeans on the coin is a black man with an afro. But I'm being penalized because all the artifacts that they used to depict Israel was Israel as a black man. Right now in the British Library, they depict they got Judeans, images of Judeans as black people in the British Library that date from 1000 AD. But I'm being penalized because these people are being depicted as black people as late as 1000 AD, and we got an artifact of the Judean king that was coronated in 1727 as a black man, but I'm being penalized because I'm reporting the eyewitness account.
No, but brother, but my question is about that. My question is about the rabbinic tradition.
The teachers.
That's a general question. What do you mean specific? Could you narrow the question?
I'm asking in terms of rabbinic tradition, because you said that black folks didn't follow the rabbinic tradition. Is that what I'm understanding?
No, I never said that.
Okay, so in terms of rabbinic tradition, from 70 AD to like 1000 AD, I know you can't give an exact number, but is the rabbinic tradition more in favor, or folks were more Karaites?
I don't
Didn't follow the rabbis. What was more in favor? The Pharisees?
Did people just follow the Torah, or did people have synagogues and they listened to the rabbi and had traditions and interpretations, commentaries from the rabbi?
Things like that.
No, the people. So you have.
I think I can jump in there with that one.
No. See, that's the problem, right? Y'all think, yeah, I got to put y'all out. Y'all think this clubhouse.
The people have always relied on the script, and you can see that nothing has changed. Look at our generation. You got all over the internet. Every time you talk to somebody, he's self-taught. He don't even have a teacher. So the people relied on them after the Levites went into captivity. Mm-hmm. Israel relied on the script. Was the Old Testament from what? Genesis to Malachi, and then the New Testament books began to be added. But Israel relied on the script. Look at the Philashah Jews down in Ethiopia. They got one of the oldest history books, which I'll call the Bible, in existence. So we don't know. The Levites were scattered, man. So you can't say they relied on the Levite, the priesthood, the Kohen, because he was scattered.
Yeah, but brother, we have in the diaspora those that went to Babylon. They continued their tradition.
But you said 1000 AD.
I'm building something, brother. Because I'm from 78, from the point of scattering going forward. But we see they have Jews that because the Babylon Talmud is codified at that time period. So that's why I'm trying to narrow it down to see what the belief system would be for Israel, the majority, the populace.
The problem with the Babylonian Talmud is this. Now, but they said, well, Israel strayed from the script. No, Israel didn't, because if you see when you look at Ezra, if you look closely, you see that they kept records while they were in Babylon. How do I know this? Yeshua ties it, or Jesus' kingship or his prince line is tied to David. But guess what? There were two individuals that came out to captivity with Ezra, Salathiel and Zerubbabel. Without those two guys, those two princes, Jesus would not be, or Yeshua would not be able to trace his lineage back to David. So they kept genealogical records in the captivity. That's 70 years down in Babylon. And they stuck to the script. How do you know they stuck to the script? First thing that Ezra and them did was what? They kept the feast days. They offered up sacrifice, built an altar. But to narrow my response, to condense it, we can't put our finger on a Levite now. We don't know. Because we don't have the records anymore. All we know is that we Judah. We don't know.
I thought them was the Haitians. Oh, you don't follow the chart. Go ahead. I don't think he followed the chart. Go ahead,
You see
Professor.
what I'm screaming? You see what I'm screaming? We don't have, but they don't. Go ahead. They don't. But the question is, where's the evidence? We know that Judah came into the Americas. Why? Because the map said it.
Brother, I hear what you're saying, but again, going back to the religious viewpoint that the brother asked already, did the Israelites, black people, write the Talmud?
While they was in Babylon?
Israel.
That's a good question.
Babylon or Jerusalem?
You know what, man? One thing I can't answer that, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because Israel always kept to the script. You know,
so who in the world could have wrote who you think could have wrote that then?
Well, the Talmud, if I'm not mistaken, are you referencing the first five? Are you referencing the Torah, correct?
No. Go ahead.
Talmud is a collection of commentaries from different rabbis, different standpoints to how to address certain things in the community.
That come down in the rabbinical tradition.
Listen, I can't respond to that unless there has to be an eyewitness account. Like I tell people when they bring me books and they say, "Okay, this is authentic," I said, "Well, show me the original language that it was written in. If it was written in Aramaic, then I'll go with it. But if you can't show me the original Aramaic that it was written in, because at that time we have stone, we have stills and seals of King Jeroboam, 980 BC, written in Aramaic.
If it was written in Greek, you ain't trusting it?
I can't trust it. I
So
don't
you don't
trust
trust the Apocrypha?
What the Apocrypha was written in?
I don't trust translations. I like right now.
What the New Testament was written in?
It varies. It has been said by the scholars that the book of Matthew was written in Aramaic and that the other three books was written in Koine Greek. But when you start surfing the first four books that they call the Synoptic Gospels, you start seeing Aramaic all over the New Testament. So all I'm simply saying is we have to go back and look at the original text. If it was written in Aramaic, then it can be trusted. And this is the problem that I'm having with all these books that everybody's popping up with. Let me see the Aramaic and let's go in and translate it ourselves. I'm a translator. I read, write, translate, and I speak Aramaic. But this is one of the problems that the camps have. They believe everything that's written. You got to check the translation, whether it's in Latin, Greek, or whatever.
So Second Ezra, you don't trust Second Ezra?
What book is that?
You can't trust none of the Apocrypha.
The Maccabees, right?
No, not the Maccabees. That's the one we're supposed to draw from, saying that Esau's the end of the world.
All I say, bro, like I said, I don't have I like to see it in the original text.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
That makes sense.
If you don't have the original text, so you mean the original language, not the original text, the original language.
That is the text, the alphabet. You want to see if our fathers wrote it, it should be in Aramaic. Because remember, they keep saying, well, the square script was introduced down in Babylon. No, that's not true. They can't prove that.
So wait a minute. So you don't think real Israelites spoke Greek like real? Y'all claim y'all Israel and America. Y'all speak English.
Yeah, they did. The book tell you that when they came out of the Babylonian captivity, that the people couldn't speak Aramaic anymore.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Nehemiah had to reteach the language, the alphabet and the language.
Wait, so hold on. So what, brother? What about the Targums?
Pardon me?
The Targums.
Translation.
So when folks will be in the temple and they're speaking Hebrew, and because Hebrew wasn't so well spoken, they had to translate the concept or translate what was saying to the people.
I don't have a. You talking?
And this is before Christ.
But you're talking about an orator now. Someone you're talking about a speaker. What does that have to do with examining the original text? Like right now,
the Targum is a paraphrase. It's paraphrasing it into the language.
Exactly. Now, right now, we one of the oldest texts out there that proves that Israel spoke Aramaic is the Dead Sea Scrolls. I translate that daily. And one of the oldest documents out there, 5 books of the law, Torah, that gives you 5 books of Aramaic, is the Samaritan Pentateuch. So I'm able to go in and read and translate the original, and that's what I do. But I'm not.
You said the Samaritan Pentateuch?
Yeah, I go in there. It's the oldest set of writings. It looks close to Aramaic. They got their own little design, but you'll find that from your translating of the Samaritan Pentateuch, and you go back and read the Moabite still, which is carbon dated to around 800 BC, you find that the verbiage is like identical. Which means what? It means the Samaritan Pentateuch should have a carbon dating of at least 800 BC, not 200 or 300 BC. It's been undervalued.
I got a question. I mean, I may have listened for a little while.
Oh, Pastor, one last. So,
all right, go ahead.
Samaritan Pentateuch. All right, because where's the altar supposed to be built in the Samaritan Pentateuch versus the Israelite Torah?
Say that again.
Is Mount Gerizim where the altar is supposed to be built on?
I don't understand the question.
What mountains is the altar supposed to be built and sacrifice to be made? On Mount Gerizim?
Because the Samaritans, because they couldn't. Go ahead.
That has nothing to do with That has nothing to do with us. Where the Samaritans, this current group of Samaritans.
Yeah, but brother, you say you use the Samaritan Pentateuch.
You won't. Yeah, I'm using it because it's in terms of bulk, it's the greatest. They wrote and used Aramaic. They just changed the symbols a little bit. That's all they did. Now we know that the altar is supposed to be built in Jerusalem. That all men,
so you're drawing, but the doctrine from the Samaritan Pentateuch doesn't say that.
No, I'm not drawing the doctrine. I'm just using. Okay. I'm using the scribe as a teacher. He taught from like 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. He's dead, but the verbiage that he uses is identical to the verbiage found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Moabite stele, the Ammonite stele, the Karatepa stone. You understand what I mean?
So any doctrine
I'm using it as a schoolmaster.
So any doctrine you see in the Samaritan Pentateuch that doesn't line up with yours, you refer back to the Israelite, the Southern Kingdom Torah.
No, let me clarify that. What I'm simply saying is, when I see a book and they say, okay, this book is Jonah or this book is Enoch, I say, okay, if our fathers wrote it, the original document should be in Aramaic. If a Hebrew
Enoch and everything is in trouble. The Book of Jubilees, everything is going in the garbage.
You see what I'm saying? And check this out.
Okay.
Because modern Hebrew only has a dating 900, 700, 900 AD. It's only about 1,000, a little over 1,000 years old. You cannot find modern Hebrew on none of the ancient manuscripts or stone stele. This is what I'm trying to tell you. So
Abraham spoke Aramaic.
Yeah, he did. What else he was a Hebrew? What else was he going to speak?
Enoch spoke Aramaic.
What about what's the ancient Hebrew? You said modern Hebrew. There was no ancient Hebrew?
What they call Paleo-Hebrew, Phoenician Hebrew, what they call Paleo-Hebrew, Phoenician Hebrew, Ammonite Hebrew, Moabite, it is all one and the same. Why? They were all the seed of Shem. They all had the same alphabet and spoke the same language. I can prove that.
All right, Pastor Jay, you got the mic. I'm sorry. I don't know if Evie want to pass it. Go ahead.
Junimus got it. I'm stepping away for a second. This beef, I got to eat this beef right here, though. We got to hear this.
Yeah.
So y'all gonna learn today. Go ahead. I'm mute myself. I can hear y'all.
All right. Pastor Jay.
Yeah. So all right. So I was listening, and I'm hearing about the first white mummies and the statement about that prior to the flood, there's no white images of God, or an image of a god or something that's white. Right. And so a lot of speculation trying to connect to say, well, since there was no images of a white god that can be found at least prior to the flood,
right,
or from the prior to the flood period or whatever, Therefore, that this is lending some credence to that there wasn't any white people prior to the flood. And then because the first discovered white mummies, at least that was found or identified or wherever, was some years well after the flood in China or by the Chinese, then white people kind of came around some at some point period around there, which is all conjecture, and I have a hard time following this because I'm hearing about language and translating it and looking at the original manuscripts, but so far in Jeremiah, when he's talking about Israel is unto me as a speckled bird,
we left that. We transitioned.
Hold on. I know we left that, but I'm making a point.
We gave you that. We gave you that.
I understand that, but I'm making a point.
Yeah, we gave you
my
that.
My point is with all the translating and understanding miracle language, understanding what the text is saying was missed. And then when to further make the point about blackness and Jesus Christ, you then connected Christ's skin color, or you quoted a couple of passages. Once again, the Solomon one thing, trying to say that he's saying he black there. And then you said even Revelation chapter 1 said that Jesus Christ was black, talk about his skin and his hair like wool. And so when I'm hearing this and I'm hearing somebody, talk about, translating the original language and always examining the original text, yet when quoting these passages could continue to misuse them. So that's why I'm like, I see these pictures, but the connections that are being made so far, scripturally speaking, regarding Christ, this conjecture about white people not being around prior to the flood because there ain't no images of idols of a white God, prior to the flood. Therefore, white people kind of came around sometime where we see some mummies show up. It's because of things like that is making this a hard situation, and can't believe you, and because as you're talking about understanding the language and translating it, and you don't look at nothing unless you can trace the original thing, yet the scriptures are being misused and abused. So this is no different than the time of Christ, no different than the time of the people who actually were brought up, not learning a language, but actually grew up living in the language, yet not understanding the truth. And so now I'm talking to somebody who didn't grow up learning the language or teach or speaking the language natively. There's somebody who looked it up and kind of like was learned that. And even in learning the language, still misused the text. So with all the translating, where in Revelation chapter 1, in any original language, does it talk about Christ's skin color in Revelation chapter 1?
That's a fair question. Are there any commentators? Oh no, I have a mute. I don't like everybody to be muted. I don't like that clubhouse effect. Go ahead, Professor.
So
that was for him, right, Jay?
Yeah, that's for him.
And check this out. The brother used one scripture, and he stuck on the book of Jeremiah. We transitioned from that. What we're talking about right now is scholarship. We got a lot of people out there that despise scholarship, but we got a lot of people that love scholarship too. It's not a crime to go back and read the original text for yourself to see if it said what it actually said. That's what you're supposed to be doing. This brother's name is Berean. The Bereans, they were commended because they studied the scriptures, and they went back to see if it was said, if that thing that was said was actually so. And then,
thank you, Abu. I don't know how much time you got. I can hear y'all. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And this is
I called Abu here so we can hear some of the language thing with the Togram stuff. Go ahead, Bo.
And this is the thing. You can't take one point where you say, "Oh, that brother," that in your mind, because I don't think you're a minister, and I don't know how long you've been in the truth, but in your mind, that scripture in Jeremiah, you said, "Okay, it wasn't talking about Israel." You that if that's what you need. But you can't kick against Moses being depicted as a black man, or being depicted, or being mistaken for an Egyptian, which means black. You can't kick against Solomon calling himself black or being called a negrita in the Latin Vulgate. You cannot kick against the fact that Yeshua is depicted as a black man getting up out the grave, eyewitness account of John the Apostle. So you taking one point to try to kill an entire argument. Then you turn back around and you kick against scholarship. Don't do that, man.
Well, I didn't kick your scholarship. What I am doing though is challenging the things you're boasting about.
That's I think he's talking about that Speckled Bird and Song of Solomon,
Yeah,
105 and all of that is, I think he's saying you can't find that in scholarship. You can't find no scholars that use in America. You can't find no scholars that use that and say that that's Solomon speaking, but you can find it in the camps. That's like when the other brother came on and said it sounds like camp doctrine. I believe it was the Hebrew of Israel.
Well, even further than that.
No scholar, no seminary. Find a seminary. Somebody in here, please find a seminary. Go get them smart guys. No, I can't find no seminary. That's I know that people have used it in Black liberation theology. Go ahead, y'all.
Hold on, you got the floor, but Brother Berean, who did the Most High give the service of the ministry to, and the covenants and the promise?
Israel.
Israel. He didn't give them to the Gentiles. Them people in seminary.
Oh no, that's Bible. You talking Bible? You talking my talk?
I'm responding to you though, respectfully. The Gentiles were never given the ministry. They were never given what this brother calls the rabbinical priesthood. They were never Kohen. They were what? They were the wild olive branch that was engrafted in. They were supposed. That's why Paul wrote to the Galatians.
Oh, that also seminary ain't supposed to teach it. That makes sense.
There you go. Hold on.
Okay. All right. I'm hearing myself.
That's why the book said in Galatians. Paul said that the Gentile churches were supposed to follow the churches that was in the church that was in Judea. She said, hey, hold on. We talking book now.
We're not talking book.
Yeah, we are. This is book. This is not speculation, man.
Well, this is speculation because what you just did. Hold on. What you just did was. Hold on. What you just did was you asked who was the administration of the ministry given under the law. Hold on. Right. Given to and Berean said Israel. Right.
That's true. That's Bible.
So under the First Testament, the administration of the law was given to the Levites. Israel was given the covenant. We understand that.
All Israel.
Then under the New Testament, the gospel began with Israel, and all the apostles were Jews. But when they went and taught and made converts and started setting up other elders and teachers, they were not just Jews. And so later on, centuries when the seminaries come up, I got little gripes with seminaries in certain aspects, but in general, we don't disregard them because of some administration that was given to Israel under the First Testament, or the fact that the first 12 apostles were Jews. They set up.
They talking good. They've been talking good these last 2 weeks right here. Go ahead.
They set up Gentile teachers and leaders and guides and shepherds to help guide the people's souls. And as they came to learn of the Lord and under the New Testament, they went and taught and made more disciples. So,
can I interject? You got the floor.
All right, go ahead.
What saith the scriptures?
About what?
He says, separate me the sons of Levi, and the stranger that cometh nigh shall be put to death.
Why are we quoting the standard under the First Testament?
Because the covenant, I want to straighten you out. The covenant didn't change, bro. He said, I'm gonna take the law off stones and put it in your heart and your mind. And so what did the covenant do? It was transferred from stone.
And that's Israel.
There you go. It was transferred from stone. And hold on. We're going to quote Paul the Apostle, since you brought up the Apostle. Paul said the service of the ministry, the covenants, and the promise was given to Israel. Nobody else, man. You cannot separate the law, the teaching of the law, from Israel. It was not given to the Gentiles.
So the Gentiles can't even teach, right? Speaking.
Technically, the Gentiles,
according to the Spirit.
Listen to this. And we talking book now. Technically, the Gentiles are not supposed to teach Israel. Israel is supposed to be teaching the Gentiles.
And Alan talking about preach. Dura Europos. So good to see you, my blood. Go ahead, Dunamis. Go ahead, Dunamis got Dunamis got it. I got to step away, but I don't know how much Abu, because I hit him at the last minute as soon as we talk about the Telegram and stuff. I just hit him about 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, maybe. Go ahead, Dunamis.
That's not my bad. Abu, you can go ahead, brother. I don't know. Kathy, you want Ivri to respond, right?
No, I could. Yeah, I was gonna say I can hang around for a bit. I don't want to skip over Ivri. Let Ivri speak because I know he's been
Go ahead.
waiting longer than me.
Thank you,
All right.
Abu. So there's a few things I wanted to address.
He's not a camper, Brown. This professor is not a camper. He is not involved in the camps. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, I'm going.
And let me just pull this up really quick. I'm going to share my screen. But so just addressing what was said earlier a while ago, when you was showing various other things concerning the Elamites and stuff.
Right.
So I was addressing your statement that all Africa and the Middle East was black. I was not talking about the descendants of Shem and the Israelites, because you had made a statement that, you know, Israel is in Africa and everyone in Africa is black, and the Middle East isn't really the Middle East, but those people were black and all this other stuff. And I was just showing you those depictions that no, there's nuance to this. People in the ancient Middle East and ancient Africa were not all black. There was light-skinned or white-skinned individuals living there. And you pulled up images of Elamites to illustrate that Shem's descendants are dark-skinned, and I will say, fine, okay. Shem had dark-skinned descendants. I don't have any issue with that, but the fact of the matter is, all humans today, all of our ancestors, including the ancestors of Indo-European peoples, were dark-skinned at one point. So I wouldn't, it doesn't really bother me like with Shem being dark-skinned, because Japheth, in my belief, would have been dark-skinned as well.
Exactly.
But when it comes to the origin of light skin, it came into existence relatively recently in human history. And I have a source right here, adaptation of human skin color in various populations. And it says a study on the genomes of Anatolian Neolithic farmers in West Asia, 6,500 through 3000 BC, where probably the source population of the first European farmers suggests that the light skin color has been evolved since at least 6,500 through 4,000 years ago. So this would mean that light skin did exist even before Abraham. Light skin would have been on this earth before Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
I have no problem.
With that. When it comes to, I'll let you. Hold on, let me just finish this. I'll let you respond here in a second. But the whole earth was not black in the times of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. There's nuance to this, and we even have examples of this. I don't really like always using depictions. I think it's kind of silly, but I'm just going to do it since we're all doing it, or maybe not all of us, but since you're doing it. So here's an example, like the standard of in Samaria. The Sumerians actually would have been light skinned. And there's tons of, and I already showed images of Hittites and Syrians and Libyans and people of that nature. But just going to the Hittites as an example, as a quick reference point, the Hittites were in Anatolia, and the Hittites were an Indo-European people. According to Britannica, hold on, remove this. According to Britannica, Hittite language, and frankly the people as well, most important and extinct Indo-European languages of ancient Anatolia, Hittite, closely related to, and then it names a bunch of Anatolian languages. And we know that Hittites are mentioned in the scriptures, such as in Judges chapter 3, verse 5 through 6. And frankly, all these groups, Hittites and Amorites, etc., there's a good possibility that they would have been light-skinned, because we can see genetically that a lot of these groups kind of are related. I'm just going to read this verse really quick. Judges chapter 3, verse 5 through 6. Thus the children of Israel dwelt among the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, and they took their daughters to be their wives and gave their daughters to their sons, and they served their gods. So Israelites, ancient Israelites, whether we believe that they're black or white, whether we believe that they're black or brown, I think there would have been multiple colors. They would have been mixing with light-skinned populations in the Levant. Must I remind again that these are depictions of Canaanites from Megiddo. Israelites would have mixed with these type of peoples, and these type of peoples would have been with the Israelites, joined in with the culture and traditions, And even, frankly, these people would have been with the Israelites in the mixed multitude. So Israel was not just black. It would have been multiple ethnic groups, essentially. Light, dark, black, brown, etc. So, yeah, that's what I have to say to that.
If I could just
You're muted. Oh, never
okay.
mind. My bad. Go ahead, Pastor.
Okay. Is kind of back to the whole Gentiles shouldn't be teaching thing. And so see, if it was just about showing pictures and all this kind of stuff, people kind of speculating on people's skin color and argue about stones, that's one thing. But connecting them and through abusing the scripture texts and distorting the gospel message and just downright lying is a bigger problem. So under the New Testament, not only did the Lord call Gentiles to not only teach and instruct, but also through the same Gentiles, not only did the Lord also gave them the gifts, the spiritual gifts in the church. So if the Lord gives spiritual gifts to the church and makes some teachers and prophets and apostles and stuff for the building up of his people, so that so that the people be fully furnished to every good work. And here's someone's telling us that these people that are in the church that the Lord has given this ability to instruct the church, which would include Jews in it, shouldn't be teaching them, shouldn't be teaching the Jews, shouldn't be teaching Israel. Only Israel's supposed to be teach. Why? Because of an abuse of what Apostle was talking about in Romans 9, that the covenants was made with Israel. It's this type of stuff that is very dangerous and just downright demonic. And so to go back to talk about Levi, the Lord giving administration to Levi, they were the ministers, they were the priests under the First Testament. It was their job to minister that covenant. But we're not under Levitical priesthood under this New Testament. We're under the order of Christ, who's on a whole different order. And the priests under Christ include Jews and Gentiles that are one people. And among those groups of people, the Jews and Gentiles, the Lord gives some Jews and some Gentiles the gift of teaching or prophesying or these other gifts of the Spirit. And they're to put it into practice for the purpose of instructing and teaching. And the people he didn't give the gift to, which includes some Jews and some Gentiles, are to be instructed by the Jews or Gentiles that he gives the gift to instruct. So this abuse of the order and the gifts that the Lord has given the church over some just evil use of the Holy Scriptures need to be rectified. And this is the problem, and why I talked about Jeremiah and why I asked about Revelation that was not dealt with, it was bypassed. And is that when somebody's before me or the people of God or wherever, and they're talking about these languages that they know or study in ancient original texts that they constantly read and translate, yet when I'm hearing them explain the scriptures, they don't understand what they're saying or talking about, and they're abusing it, then this is noise. It's just noise to me. So that's why I asked the question about Revelation. In the original text, translations, pick every one you want, which one is describing a skin tone or ethnicity of Jesus Christ? That's just one example. And where with the gospel, with all the gifts the Lord has given the church for the purpose of instructing that he gives to Jews and Gentiles, why are you saying that Gentiles shouldn't be teaching? If y'all can unmute, I don't know if y'all mute them. But until you get that fixed, because it's not unmuting him, I'll just read this one scripture just to why they're getting that fixed for you. So Apostle Peter said to the church in 1 Peter chapter 2 and 9, because you bring up the Levitical priesthood, but that order is done. It's done. It's not even honored under the New Testament. We're not under the Levitical priesthood, not in their order, neither Aaron. He's not the high priest. Christ is the high priest. He's from the tribe of Judah. That old system had to be done away with for this new system to be put in place. Christ is the high priest. We are his priests, and he gives some gifts to instruct, but we all minister before the Lord in his temple, which we are as the church. And so he says, but you, talking about the church, You are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, which under the law system, we know that this was once said to the children of Israel and the people that was under that testament. Now the Lord is telling his true people, those who made covenant with him by blood, by sacrifice with an eternal blood of Christ, better than the blood of bulls and goats, what the children of Israel had. And he says, you're the royal priesthood, a holy nation, a people for God's own possession, to proclaim the virtues of him who called you out of darkness into his marvelous light. And so I'll just quote that. We are the priests of God. This ain't about no tribe of Levi. And we're the ministers of the New Testament. We're not ministers of the law, of law of Moses, covenant of Sinai. And Christ is our high priest, not Aaron. And the Gentiles and Jews that have been called by the Lord have been given the gifts to be ministers of the Testament, which is why we have the evidence in the New Testament of the apostles setting up elders who were not just Jews to instruct the people. And the people that were in the churches included Jews and Gentiles. Well, I don't know if they fixed your mic situation yet. But
My bad, I'm back. What's wrong with his mic?
His mic thing can't unmute.
Okay, now check this out. Now, listen, brother. This don't have nothing to do with the Gentiles. This has something to do with the way Yahweh or the Lord set up the congregation or the church. See, the Gentiles came. First of all, there were no Gentiles in Jerusalem on the day of Pentecost because the Gentiles at that time had not been admitted to the church. This goes to show you. Now you say Israel is not the priest. Go back and search the scriptures, brother. The Lord said, if my covenant with the sun, the moon, and the stars, or the night and the day could be disannulled, then I cast my people away. Israel is his priest forever. And read Ezekiel, the 44th chapter. When the Lord set up his kingdom on the earth during the 1,000-year reign, guess who's going to be around the throne? The Levites. So this thing that you got in your mind, you can't prove that from script. You can't even prove that that the Gentiles were supposed to be teachers, because Paul was very explicit. The Gentiles, on the day of Pentecost, there were no Gentiles in Jerusalem. The book said Jews came from, hold on, Jews came from every nation under the sun. Jews, not Gentiles. So real quick, all those nations that's highlighted, those are Judeans that had been scattered into the captivity. And some of these names that you highlighting are from the 7 churches in Asia who were black at that time. There were no Gentiles in Jerusalem on the day of Pentecost.
So you include converts.
Pardon me?
So your view of converts, or when someone converts, they're like Israel, like a natural born.
Yeah, that's true. They become in here. There's stipulations on that though. Now, one stipulation is you had to be born in the land, right? Another stipulation, I think it was in Isaiah 56 or something like that, 53 or 56, no, 56. He says that if the stranger take hold of his Sabbath day and his commandments, then the Lord said, okay, he can enter into his into the kingdom. But you got to come by way of an Israelite. That's just the way it is. That brother right there, I like your energy, man. And I like the fact you got courage, but you're not speaking according to the script. We don't have no problem with the Gentiles. They are not the teacher. This is the slave programming that they gave us after 1865. They positioned themselves as the teacher. The teacher is Israel.
So, brother, one last thing, and then Pastor Jay go. If an Israelite isn't circumcised on the 8th day, what's supposed to happen to him?
Well, the book say now we're talking about the Passover. Now the book say that in order for you to participate in the Passover, which is Yeshua or Jesus Christ or Yeshua Mashiach, you have to be circumcised.
Yeah, but what did he tell Abraham? If they're not circumcised on the 8th day, what's supposed to happen?
Hey, they're supposed to be cut off from the people.
So brother, were you circumcised on the 8th day?
That's personal, but yeah, I'm circumcised.
On the 8th day?
I wouldn't know. I was a baby.
No.
No, we don't. You can't say that.
I think it's personal. But so for those who weren't circumcised on the 8th day, should it be cut off, or they can still rock with Israel? I'm gonna respond to that. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. When Yeshua was teaching in the testimony, he made a comment. He that knoweth sin is sin.
But to the man that don't know his sin is not imputed to him. Is it imputed to the brother that did not know because he's in the captivity and he's been placed under darkness and ignorance?
No, his father know.
I asked you a question.
His father should know. You talking about?
Yeah, but I'm talking about.
But brother, we're talking about. Hold on. Oh, go ahead, bro. We're talking about Israelites. So we're talking about a community tradition is passed down, right? From father to son, right?
You can have the floor. I want to deal with the question.
I'm dealing with the question.
We're conversing. Now check.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'll set it up because you say you're talking about a baby, right? That's one thing, but we're talking about a community from father to son, right?
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Was our fathers under darkness from 1865 to current?
From 1865 unto current?
Yeah, were we under darkness?
If you want to be honest with you, in the community, there's debate about that.
Have we been under darkness, the hiding of knowledge?
Hold on.
You want to answer the question? Have we been
I'm answering the question.
Wait, hold on a minute, brother, because y'all, I step out for 1 minute, I come back, y'all talk with me. We got to get back to that Acts, the 2nd chapter.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't mean to take
you got them running amok with false teaching. We got to get into that book, and he got to show and prove what he's saying.
Yeah.
This stuff ain't adding up. This stuff ain't adding up. Y'all think y'all can come in here and tell us anything. Y'all can't do that. What is the difference between a proselyte and a God-fearer? Let's go to Acts 2 and read the book. Oh, this is straight camp teaching right here. Y'all ain't finna just give me what y'all want to give me. I can't even walk. I can't even run around the corner and mess around with y'all. I can't run around the corner messing around with y'all. Go ahead, Dunamis. What you wanted to ask him? We're going to bring up Acts 2. Pastor Jay talking good. He said, yo, we ain't even deal with Revelation 1. We ain't even deal with Jeremiah. Y'all can say what y'all want. We're not over here playing. Pastor Green stepped it up. Y'all heard Dispensational Tim the other day. Pastor Jay, he been on 4 times this week. He been killing it. We're going to answer these questions. Y'all hemmed up. The back door's open. I'm telling y'all hemmed up. Now y'all gonna answer these questions. If y'all is the teachers, y'all spitting the language, y'all know Targum, y'all translate, y'all gonna come get this work. Give us the work y'all got. Give us the work y'all got. We hungry. We want to learn. If the oracles was given to Israel in Romans 9, y'all break this thing down. That's why I brought our boo on so we could deal with the language. Break it down and teach us. You can tell me anything with the language, but I don't want to deal with it. I want a boo to talk. Go ahead, Dunamis.
Yeah,
y'all know Dunamis on my right hand. When I step away, this is my right hand. This is who I co-host with. This is my man right here. I'm saying the professor can't even unmute the mic. Now that he unmuted, he got to break this down. Y'all can't give us what y'all want to give us. That's how I say the religion work for the simple. That's how I say I don't respect Nathaniel. Judah mourneth and is black unto the ground. Read, oh, I am black but calmly. That's Solomon described. Hell no, it ain't. That ain't him. You handling the book deceitfully. And y'all know the language, and we the dumb Africans. Come on, Dunamis, go ahead. We're going to get to all these scriptures. We're going to deal with this language today. Let every false teacher, let every devil in Israel, the white Catholic Church. Y'all talking about the Catholic Church all the time. Let every devil in Israel be a liar. Today, y'all going to show and prove. Plenty of Israelites up in here ain't agreeing with this. It's going too far. It's going too far. Israel choose you today. What y'all gonna run with? Y'all running with camp doctrine? Y'all running with false teaching and racism? Y'all running with that? Or y'all running with the truth? That's all I'm saying. Where y'all at, Israel? Stand up. Other dude said, you try to divide, you try to separate the camps. I know what spirit he's of. His speech betrayed him. Oh, don't worry. We're going to go through his book. We're going to go through his source. We're going to go through his source tomorrow. Matter of fact, let me call the church so I can't come in. Let me call the church so I can't come in. Go ahead, Dunamis.
Yeah, just to wrap it up, Pastor Jay, get it back. All I'm saying is in terms of, he said 1865, right? That their Israel narrative, Israelite narratives say that folks remembered or had an understanding or they're awakened to that they were Israel, right? And so we see in Israelites history, orthopraxy plays a factor to who you are as a people, right? In terms of coming back, not just understanding who you are, bloodline to that nature, right? Secondly, we have coverts of Africans, right? This is not to say folks on Israelites, right? Who kept to their traditional practices. So the whole standpoint, when we say 1865, things of that nature, there is like who would say that folks knew who they were. Even the folks down in Savannah, that church, they said they were Israelites, right? So if they were Israelites, would they be circumcising? Yes or no? Because for folks not to be cut off, that practice will continue, from my understanding. But I'm open to correction. But let's get to the bigger things at hand. That was just a side question dealing with the converts. How are converts viewed? You got it, Pastor J.
Yeah. Yeah, those converts were Gentiles that converted and started to follow the Lord under the First Testament. They were definitely there. There were Gentiles moving in about the land. I mean, they were always moving throughout the land. So journalists was always passing through the commerce. They would stop in town and move on. But these were uncircumcised heathens moving in and about. So, but yeah, in Acts 2, there were Gentiles in the land, in general. And then as far as the workings of the Lord, and we see the speaking in tongues, these former Gentile by nation, but they were converted into the Jewish nation by religion, they were present. And so, and of course, you had devout Jews and God-fearers and people like that. You had people who came near to worship the Lord, but they couldn't participate in certain ordinances because they didn't become physically circumcised in the flesh. And then you had those who could come near, like for Passover and stuff like that, who were Gentiles, but they underwent circumcision. And so we have them there in Acts 2. But I know Acts 2 was brought up. I only went to it because the statement that was made, there was no Gentiles around. But in the church, regarding the teachers and this idea that you have that only the Israelites can teach, and you keep quoting Romans 9, and then you'll quote like when the Levites were given administration and things under the First Testament. Let's deal with that. Actually, before we deal with that, let's deal with Revelation 1, because I asked that and that just been bypassed for the longest now. Ain't been dealt with. So where in the language in Revelation 1 is this describing ethnicity, skin color of Jesus Christ, so that you can use that to connect it to some pictures of somebody who drew some black Jesus somewhere? Where is that?
Sorry, I got to unmute him. I'm sorry, y'all. Go ahead, Professor.
Okay, you pick it up in Revelations 1 and you read the entire chapter yourself. But you pick it up, it gives John is giving an eyewitness description of Yeshua after the resurrection. And you pick it up at verse 14, it says, and his hairs was white like wool. And verse 15 says, his feet like a fine brass if they burned in the furnace. Unless he was psychedelic or like he was two-tone, this is a description of a black man.
So a real sword was coming out of his mouth. He was standing among stars.
No, that's he was asking about the description, the eyewitness description of him as he got up out the grave.
But my thing is, how can we tell what's symbolic? How can we tell what's symbolic, what's glorified, because certain things are symbolic in scripture, stars and swords and right hand and candlestick. If that's all symbolic, why can't his eyes being as flame of fire, why can't that be symbolic? Why he got to be drinking Henny?
That's conjecture. You're implementing the conjecture into the dialogue. You asking me, how come he talked about a sword coming out of his mouth? Well, we know what that is. That's him giving a word. But I don't want to deal with that. I just was dealing with his question about the color of this Judean who got up out the grave. Now,
his hair was like wool. That's only a black man on this planet here whose hair is like wool.
No, you tell me. You ever seen any other race with that didn't have woolly hair that wasn't of African or Ethiopian?
Yeah, I've seen Jews.
Yeah,
I've seen Jews with woolly hair.
Yeah, black Jews.
No, not black Jews. White Jews.
Black Jews.
I've seen white Jews with woolly hair.
Yeah, black Jews. And then you made a comment. You lied, and you made a comment. You said that there were Gentiles in Jerusalem on the day of Pentecost. Well, the script don't say that. The script said there were Jews from every nation under heaven.
Keeping the feet.
What's a proselyte?
Gentiles.
So
what's a proselyte, brother? What's the difference between the proselyte and a God-fearer, Professor? What's the difference between the proselyte and a God-fearer?
Proselyte is probably that someone that was converted.
And what's a God-fearer?
Somebody that fears God.
In what sense? In what sense? What was Cornelius?
Cornelius, he was
nobody. Come on, Phineas. Go ahead.
Cornelius was a Roman centurion, correct?
Yes, but that was a position. That wasn't a race. A centurion. What was that?
But he was a Roman, so that would make him a.
Oh, was a Roman? A Roman in what sense? He was Italian. Okay, yeah. Italian man. Okay. Go ahead.
Do you remember what Peter said? Peter said, "I was the first to preach the gospel to the Gentiles." He was referencing Cornelius because remember what Peter told him. He said, "You know it's unlawful for me."
Yes, yeah, you talking good. You talking good. Yeah, you talking about something like that.
Well, you made me because y'all stepped it up, so I'm gonna step.
Come on, you talk it. That's my thing. Talk that talk. Come on, brother.
He said, talk that talk. Hey, you ready to tell a brother? He said, "Listen, you know it's unlawful for me being a Jew
to come in even step foot in your house.
The Gentiles or to any other race." So Cornelius was the first Gentile to be admitted to the church, and that was well after what? Pentecost. Say it. And Pentecost, and it's going to hurt some folk, Pentecost was a high Sabbath day, so the whole world came down to Jerusalem.
Let me call Bruce right now. Go ahead.
The whole world came down to Jerusalem to keep what? To keep that high Sabbath called Pentecost, or what we call the Feast of Weeks, or Shabbat.
Okay, all right. We ain't got no beef for that. Yeah, go ahead. Keep going.
We dealt with that. The fact that he's wrong again. He has no scripture to prove that the Gentiles was in Jerusalem on the day of Pentecost.
No. What we talking about? A proselyte is somebody that converted. A proselyte is technically a Gentile.
But these regions that are listed, those countries that are listed, some of those countries were the Byzantines. Go back and look at your maps. Those were the Byzantine nations, or what you call ancient Turkey, ancient Ararat, and the 7 churches out of Asia. These were Asian churches that came down on the day of Pentecost. And
so there were only Israelites in the Asian churches and the 7 churches of Revelation.
Let me hit you with something, Brother Berea.
Because
you sharp. How come the Gentiles? You know why there were no Gentiles in Jerusalem on the day of Pentecost?
There were Gentiles moving in and out of Jerusalem.
Listen, man, they did not know about the feast days. They had not been admitted to the church yet. Y'all understand that?
Wait a minute, Gentiles. All right, go ahead, brother. I'm trying to read.
We're talking about Gentiles. We're talking about Gentiles like at the temple. Like, we're not talking about Gentiles in general in Jerusalem.
Say it again.
We're talking about Gentiles in the temple.
Just for the feast. Just for the feast.
Well, not like, because they're Romans. They're obviously Romans in Jerusalem.
Yes, there are plenty of Gentiles.
Listen. See, we're talking about the feast day.
Okay, yeah, just for clarity.
They showed up to keep the feast. Yeah, we know that Israel was being colonized by the Romans. We know that. But as far as the feast is concerned, now I'm gonna hit y'all with something. You ain't gonna like it, but it's the truth.
I hate these people. He said, "Don't try."
The book said if a brother has leprosy, but if he is white all over and has covered his whole body, he is clean. Israel viewed Anglo-Saxons at that time as being unclean. That's why Peter made that comment. It's unlawful for me to go into any other race among the Gentiles. But the Lord told him, don't call that which I right, huh?
Brother, what source you getting that from?
That's the King James Bible. That's the Bible that Big Mom and them read.
No.
Big Mama got on that coffee table, huh?
As white folks being unclean. Where you drawing that from?
If you got leprosy all over your body.
Yeah.
No, the verse. I understand the verse, but he said that the Jews view white folks.
They viewed all other nations as being unclean. You know why?
Where you drawing that from?
Because they didn't keep. There were certain things they didn't do. They didn't keep the dietary law. They ate swine.
No, but
I know. But you're talking about the white. When you said the white folks, what I'm hearing is you're doing skin color.
Because the Gentiles didn't know. They didn't know the statutes, the laws. They didn't keep. They didn't keep the dietary law. They didn't understand the dietary law. They weren't circumcised. They were unclean.
What I'm talking about I think he's talking about the law when they all became light skinned. If they was one color all over, that's why Peter didn't want to go into the house. Where did you get that from?
Say it again.
that they were all like Peter didn't want to walk into the house because they were all light skinned. Their skin was the same, looking like somebody with leprosy, like they were looking like Italians with all light skin, and Peter was dark skinned.
Now check this out. Now I have to acquiesce because the scripture, Peter never said anything concerning his color. Peter just
those
said,
words,
Peter just
of another
said,
nation.
you're a Gentile.
Yes.
Now, why are we going here? Because we're going to add some clarity to this conversation.
Okay.
The teacher in Jerusalem was Peter, and the 12 were what? They were Judeans, Benjamin, Judah, and Levi, from them 3 tribes. There were no if the Lord was going to add a Gentile teacher, he would have did it then, but he did not.
The early teachers were all, yes, I agree with that. Okay, I agree. You're talking about Acts, the early church. You're talking about the early church.
So
we go to Cornelius' house first. We got to walk slowly from Acts to Cornelius' house.
Okay, so from there you get Timothy. The brother, somebody mentioned Timothy. Well, Timothy had a unique situation. His mama was a Hebrew, but his daddy was a Greek.
So you go by who? See your father?
He was by the father.
Timothy was clearly a teacher, right?
But look what happened.
They were an apostle.
No, he wasn't no apostle. He was a deacon. He was a deacon or a bishop. He was not an apostle. Now check this out, though.
Right.
What we're looking at is this. Some people are offended because I said Israel is the teacher. Hey, man, that's the way the Lord Yahweh set up his church. That has nothing to do with me. He set his church up that way, and that's just the way it is. People are upset. The Gentiles, they're doing a good job, but the teacher is Israel. People say, well, that's camp doctrine. No, it ain't. That's biblical.
Why is it?
Hold on. Hey, Mr. Marie, let me say this one last thing, and I'll shut up.
Go ahead.
From 1865 to
why are you talking about 1865?
Because that's when the so-called Negro was emancipated.
Okay, go ahead. Got you. From
1860, from the Emancipation Proclamation to current, the so-called Negro has been under darkness because the teachers, Anglo-Saxon teachers, hid the truth from us. So the question was from Brother Dumas was, what about all them brothers that weren't circumcised? They didn't know no better because they hadn't been taught the truth. They was under darkness. See, so you can't beat a child for what it didn't know. And it was generations of men, women, and children that did not know. But now we know. That's why Paul said, when I was a child, I did what? I spake as a child. I did childish things. That was us under this bondage.
So now that they know now, should they go get circumcised on the 8th day?
You can't go back. I'm going to ask you a question. Can a man go back in his mother's womb and be born again?
I'm asking again, since they know now.
You want to answer my question?
I asked mine first. I think it'd be appropriate if you answer me first.
I'm trying to show you how inappropriate your question is.
Well, I would ask that you just answered it.
Can a 50-year-old man go back to his 8th day?
Abraham was 80, 90 something years old when he was circumcised. Now that they know, now,
you go. I'll go.
Should they go and get circumcised now
to keep the covenant?
All right, let me ask you. I'm gonna answer the question. Yes, and tell you why.
Why?
Because the only people that the apostles said did not have to be circumcised was who? The Gentiles. Because when they had that meeting in Jerusalem, the Levites was there. James, Jesus' brother, Yeshua's brother was there. Peter said they wrote letters. I know y'all got some New Testament believers here. They wrote letters and they sent them to the Gentile churches and said, hey, as long as you stay away from fornication, food offered up to idol, and blood, you do well. He didn't say nothing about Israel, but I will give you this. What's your name, brother?
Pastor J. Call me Jay.
Okay, I'll give you this. What was said was this. Peter said, if the uncircumcised keep the commandments, his uncircumcision has become circumcision. If the circumcised brother don't keep the law, then he has become uncircumcised.
He's going good. He go back and forth. He'll go good. He'll mess up and get right back in that book. He's back in the book right now.
I don't never make mistakes when it comes to the book, bro.
Can I?
Lord.
Let me go back to something real quick.
Go ahead.
So, this is 1 Thessalonians 1:1.
Go ahead.
It says Paul, Silvanus, and Timothy. Let me do New King James. Paul, Silvanus, and Timothy to the church of Thessalonians, and God the Father, the Lord Jesus Christ, grace to you and peace from God our Father, Lord Jesus Christ. Right. So this is who you're gonna call out, right? Now I'm gonna go to same book, chapter 2, verse 6.
Go ahead.
Well, hold on, make sure. Yeah, verse 6. All right. So it says, nor do we seek glory from men, either from you or from others, when we might have made demands as apostles of Christ.
Okay.
Who's the we as apostles of Christ?
See, you shot yourself in the foot. You should have never, Randy, quoted that scripture, brother, because at that time it was only 12 apostles.
There's only 12 apostles.
At the time that he made that comment,
there's only 12 apostles.
There was no 13. Timothy was not an apostle, nor was the
Was Paul an apostle this time?
Yeah, he was. It's 12 of them.
Brother, what are you talking about? Matthias replaced Judas.
But guess what? Where do you see him at in history after that?
Brother, it talks about in the 12.
I asked you a question.
Brother, brother, you're off. In Acts, it talks about brother, it talks about the 12 decided this. After Matthias was chosen, he was inside the 12 apostles. He replaced Judas. I don't know.
After they cast lots? No.
Yes.
No, you didn't. He disappeared from history.
Oh my God.
What?
Matthias, the one that they cast lots after Judas hung himself, disappeared.
What do you mean he disappeared?
And the Most High added Paul.
What do you mean he disappeared?
You don't hear nothing else about him.
That don't mean he disappeared.
That's what I mean. I mean that I don't take it literally. That's what I
know.
mean.
I'm not taking it literally like disappeared.
Yeah, that's what
literally.
I mean. He
was an apostle.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. There's no more mention of him in the script. Paul takes his place.
Paul didn't take his place.
Where's Matthias?
Hold on.
After, hey, hold on. Just think about what I'm saying. Don't be angry.
We are thinking, but you're conjecturing again.
No, from the time. No, I'm not. From the time that the Yahweh or Yeshua anointed the apostle Paul to be an apostle, Paul is the highlight. He's the headliner from that moment forth. The only time you hear about this Matthias is when the apostles cast lot for him to take Judas' place. Other than that, there's nothing else mentioned of him.
But we don't need it. All we need is that he replaced Judas.
Okay, so what is the point, though?
Go ahead, make the point, Judas.
So I'm asking, what is your point?
I'm saying we. And the greeting of the letter says Paul, Silvanus, and Timothy. And then it says we, the apostles, right? It's a sample. He said this passage is used to showcase that Timothy is seen as an apostle.
Timothy was not an apostle, man.
Brother, I gave a sword. I gave script.
Timothy was recognized as a bishop. I could read that to you, man, but I didn't notice that we done went from the meat of the gospel. Now we're going back to this milk. I don't understand. So what difference does this make? The point
I'm saying from a standpoint that Timothy's father was a Greek, right?
No, Timothy was a bishop. You go back and read. Somebody pull that script up.
No, brother.
Paul told Timothy that a bishop must be the husband of one wife, not be a drunkard or a brawler.
I hear you.
There you go.
I'm asking you, from the greeting of this letter, Paul says himself and two others, right, greeting the church. And it says, we apostles. Who's the we he's referring to? In context, exegeting that book, who's the we he's referring to?
He muted. I muted him because I want nobody talking. I want to do the only one dude talking over people. I'm gonna step away for a minute, doing myself. Don't let these dudes just run over, just talking over everybody.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, that's not my intention.
I know, brother. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Professor. I'm sorry. We get a little hype, and sometimes I stir it up. Go ahead. You see, we was doing good till I brought Dunamis and my man and them on. We were doing good together before these other brothers jump on. But y'all go ahead. You asking him about the bishopric, the office, because that's what they call it, bishopric, the apostleship.
Yeah, no one's saying he wasn't a bishop, but at the standpoint of when Paul's writing that letter.
Yes, correct.
The three of them are addressing. And then later on in chapter 2, he says, we, the apostles.
Yes, correct.
So who we understood as the apostles there in that text.
He can't be talking about. He cannot be referencing Timothy because
why not?
Because Timothy, his father was a Greek, and
brother,
that goes against. But I'm trying to respond to you.
Go ahead.
That goes against what Paul wrote when he said the covenant, the promise, and the service of the ministry was given to Israel. He said, and the covenant.
That's what you think. I'll pour out my spirit on all flesh, your sons and daughters. So that's what you think because of that verse is getting you jammed up at the other one. But go ahead.
Well, not only that, with him being a bishop, I mean, obviously the Gentiles can teach. So I don't understand. Well, you got these multitudes of Gentile leaders established by the apostles, like I was saying earlier, are now overseers of the churches and are guides and teachers, which, he was saying earlier that Gentiles ain't supposed to do. And then, I'm gonna just come off the Malachi's thing, but with the circumcision, the apostle said that to go back to the question, because you were saying, the people didn't know. So I asked, well, now that they know, do they need to go get circumcised? Should they go get circumcised now? And you said, yeah. And so you said, because at the time when the apostles wrote that letter, when the Jews are still circumcising their kids, and here comes the Gentiles, and the letter said that the Gentiles don't have to, worry about this. And therefore, from taking that, then we had to take that, hey, well, these Jews that are now waking up to who they are, I guess, that they now need to go get circumcised. But that's against what the apostle taught when we read in the book of Corinthians, for example. When the Lord said through the apostle, he says, was a man already circumcised when he was called to the faith? He should not become uncircumcised, meaning he shall obey the gospel, and his circumcision, of the heart will be recognized by the Lord. He should not worry about trying to undo his circumcision, which is a practice that some people did when they apostatized and didn't want to have nothing to do with the covenant. But then he says, was a man uncircumcised when he was called? Because when the Lord goes among his people fulfilling his gospel, it's not bringing people back to the First Testament. It's bringing people to the Second Testament, which doesn't require physical circumcision. The Jews during the time of the apostles were still putting into practice a lot of their ancient rituals, like circumcision, and some of them were weak in faith, still doing Nazarite vows and stuff. And so they were finding peace and harmony in the church regarding the situation, and dispel the not the rebellious, but the tumult that was going on at the time among the Jews. But the apostle made it very clear that was a man uncircumcised when he was called to Christ, when he was called to the gospel? He didn't say was a Gentile uncircumcised. Of course they're uncircumcised. So he ain't just talking to Gentiles when he says this. He says, was a man uncircumcised when he was called? He should not be circumcised. Meaning it shouldn't become a thing that he's concerned about, because it doesn't matter. So when the Lord calls the remnant of the Jews to himself in Christ, not unto Moses, but unto Christ, and they take on the true circumcision of the heart, they're not to be concerned about physical circumcision, because it availeth nothing. It means nothing. And so if they were already circumcised already when the Lord called them to Christ, then they shouldn't worry about undoing it. If they were uncircumcised when the Lord called them to Christ, they don't have to concern themselves with doing it. So if you have these people that are waking up, they're Israelites, and they learn about Christ, their Messiah, and he's bringing them under the New Testament to regather them according to the prophets, and you got all these bunch of people that's uncircumcised because according to what you're saying, they were generations lost and they don't know and all this other stuff. Now that they come to Christ, they've been circumcised. What the sign was about. And so the true circumcision. So now that they come to Christ, they don't have to worry about being physically circumcised. Plus, there's another element to the physical circumcision. Under the law of Moses, the people that circumcised the Jews was the Levites, the priests. So when they were circumcised on the 8th day, the father just didn't do it to their son. They took them to the temple before the priests, just like John the Baptist, just like Christ, just like every other Jew. When Christ said, when he said how the priests break the Sabbath so that the law of Moses wouldn't be broken concerning circumcisions. And so they would circumcise the boys on the 8th day. They had to show themselves. So unless you got Levites, what you're saying, you don't even know where they're at, none of these people can even do what you're saying they got to go do, unless they're doing it themselves.
All right, brother, you have the mic. You got to unmute yourself. No, you good. Not, I don't know why. Yeah, you good now.
Are we good?
Yeah. When you came out, I muted you. But go ahead.
Now check this out. I like what you said, but you forgot one thing, Pastor. The book said when Yahweh caught Moshe, or when the Lord caught Moshe by the end, book said he was going to kill Moses, because Moses had not circumcised his son. Zipporah grabbed the boy, circumcised him, and threw the flesh at the Lord's foot. And he
Did he preach for y'all?
Oh yeah. Like, I think he's having connection issues because he dropped off earlier. Professor Cummins. Yeah, he's frozen.
All right, no problem. Well,
yeah, I think but with the conversation, I think to be fair, because I think there's about at least two main conversations going on. One dealing with doctrine, another dealing with the history, and we can say a third where things overlap. I'm not sure we had to have if he's open to have another dialogue and discussion. I don't know if I'm making sense. Bree, Pastor J.
Mm-hmm. No, you're making sense. I think it'll be best to like have one separate discussion for basically the theological debate, and then one for like the archaeological and I guess biological debate.
Yeah, and then go ahead, Pastor J.
Yeah, I think if it would be good to separate it like that. The problem is that as the pictures are being shown, there's the scriptures that's being attached to it, and so to try to prove the pictures, and so you got the Solomon 1:5, and then you got the Revelation 1 being thrown up. You got the Israel speckled bird thing thrown up, and so it's distorting these prophecies and the messages of the Lord. People missing the point. They're thinking it's about people identifying skin tones and stuff like that. Like, is that the way that people use the text when it comes to these pictures is like Israel was some of the most self-conscious, like, people that were so scared to forget they black that they just put it in the scriptures in random places. We black. Just remind themselves in the future. We black. Jesus black. God black. We black.
Hey, but Pastor, I want to respond to the comment you made that only the Levites could circumcise.
All right. Yeah. So, what we're just discussing, I'm not cutting you off. I'm just saying, we were just discussing that we might have to have another dialogue if you're open to it, because
I will. But I just want to talk. I want to show him.
Yeah, go ahead now. You got the mic.
Moses' wife Zipporah circumcised his son. I think it was Gershom, and she was not a priest, and she cast the flesh at the Lord's foot, and the Lord caught him by the end. The book said he caught him by the end, and he was going to slay him. Zipporah wasn't a Levite, and she circumcised him. And we got artifacts in Egypt from the 18th dynasty that show the circumcision in Egypt. So all I'm simply saying to you is that is not a credible statement to say that only the Levites could circumcise.
But Zipporah is before the law, though, Professor.
Yeah, no, the law.
Right.
Was Zipporah before the law?
Yeah.
No, because she was after the law, because Abraham was born around 2194 BC. You get Zipporah comes into the picture around 1496, 700 years later.
You're talking about Zipporah. You're talking about Zipporah, Moses' wife, right?
Yeah, she circumcised their son. That's the only reason.
Yeah, that's when Moses was going back to Egypt. He was going back to Egypt when he was circumcised.
But he didn't circumcise his son. The book said the Lord was going to kill him, and Zipporah, his wife, circumcised the son. She was not a priest, and the Lord accepted that. And let's get another one. Israel walked around the wilderness for 40 years uncircumcised until the men of war had died. When Joshua was going into the land, Joshua was from the tribe of Judah. Joshua stopped them right before they went into the land and circumcised all of them, according to the book. So that lacks credibility, what you just said, brother. All right. So I'm gonna have to depart. But I really enjoyed the dialogue. And let my mans get with me. If y'all want to get on, But we hit a lot. It was almost we hit a lot of different topics today. We didn't stay on one subject.
Yeah, Professor. The reason being is we discuss a lot of different things on this channel, right? And specifically dealing with Israel, there's a lot of intersectionality dealing with history, religion, theology, a sense of ethnicity, we'll say of hue and all that kind of stuff. And even with arguments tend to be a blend of that. How Pastor Jay was saying, you had the images, but then you had scriptures with those images. So there's a sense of, even with your response, there's things that open the door for more discussion. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but then like the brother Berean said that he made a comment that was fact. He said that in the last days, he said the Lord's going to pour a spirit out on all flesh. But when is that going to happen? In the what? The Harayeta, or the last days. So that's going to be happening now. I ain't got no problem with that. But you cannot negate the role that Israel's going to play, that Israel plays in this thing. Israel is the priest, period. You don't believe it? The Anglo-Saxon Jew that's in the land right now, he considers himself a priest. That's why he got that bonnet on his head.
So, brother,
because he knows the book, huh?
So to wrap up, right? So Jewry around the world, are Israelites only in America, or them Jews in India? Them Jews
all around the world, around the world.
So it's not just Negro only.
And why is that though? Because of the word payasa, the scattering. Israel was scattered to every nation under the sun. That's indisputable. So
and those European Jews in the land, if they're converts, are they Israel? If they're not natural born, right? If they're converts, are they Israel?
You know, you got me on that. I have to say, yeah, because if a man is a convert and he does everything that according to the book, then he's a Abraham seed according to the flesh, the spirit.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, I can't lie, man. I'm gonna tell the truth.
Okay.
Even if it hurt, I'm gonna tell the truth.
Come on. All right.
So you can be.
This other one talking about no. This other one talking about no. What's good dispensation, Tim? Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead. I'm listening.
You can become spiritual Israel. You can become spiritual Israel.
Oh no, they're gonna get mad. They're gonna want scripture on that right now. They want scripture on that. They're gonna have beef.
I gotta go, man. Let's do a part 2 to this, man. It's time to
We definitely got to, brother.
You know why you can become spiritual Israel?
How?
Paul spelled it out. I think it's in the 9th chapter of Romans when he said the wild olive branch was engrafted into the natural olive branch. Who is the wild olive branch? Those are strangers. See, and what Israel is having a real hard time dealing with is that there's going to be a mixed multitude that's going to be saved. And Yeshua dealt with that when he said they're going to come from the west and the south, the north and the east, and sit down with Abraham in the kingdom. But the children of
he cutting off.
It's his internet. Something's wrong with
his internet. But go ahead, y'all. I'm listening. What are your thoughts on what happened so far? And if there's anything y'all need to clear up, I think Dunamis is good to clear. It's good to clear that up now before we jump off. Somebody said he all over the place.
Yeah, and so Ibri, you heard he said about the convert, right? And how folks in the land.
Oh yeah, y'all could go back to Dura Europos and everything. Go ahead, because this is crazy.
So if there are Europeans converting, or how someone put the line of Japhet converting, would they be in the mix of that mixed multitude?
100%. Like take Uriah the Hittite as an example. Personally, I believe Uriah could have been Indo-European because of the fact that he was a Hittite.
Ooh, so now you're doing too much. Now he going way over the other side. All right, all right.
You know what's interesting about this is that, well, I'm not going to get into the genetics of it, but yeah.
Oh yeah, did he talk about DNA? Is he okay with DNA? What's his views on DNA?
I never
got to really.
I brought up skin, the origins of light skin, but he never addressed it when I said it, when I read that source of it originating 6,000 years ago. So I don't know what his thoughts are on DNA. I have to ask him next time.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to ask him before he left. The last question to see how to gauge what spectrum we can talk about in terms of evidence.
Right. Yeah, I'll ask him next time, or you can ask him next time.
Yeah, because he brought a lot of stuff, and even with the like, I ain't gonna go, like even with Jewish beliefs, the Talmud and the rabbis and that nature, that plays into a factor. Because my understanding is, while there is an ethnicity, there's also a faith. If you don't follow that faith system, there's a viewpoint to where some people feel that you're not really an Israelite or a Jew.
I always saw it and viewed it as an ethno-religious group. It's both ethnicity and a religion, so anybody can join it, but it's also an ethnic group. So
I think he might have been a little jammed up when you brought up that Targum. I'm not sure if he understood, as far as what that was right there. I think he might have had that a little confused with the with the Pentateuch.
Yeah. So, Avery, did you understand what I mean by the Targum? Because yeah, you would know.
Yeah, I was in and out though listening, but yeah, I heard some of it.
Because at that point, because he also made a language claim that they made it seem like they were speaking majority Hebrew or I think Aramaic, but with the Targums, that's something else. I don't want to go down to the conclusion, but it just seems like this language argument comes up like they were speaking all the same language, but I don't know. That
was he for the Targums or against it? I didn't quite
It sounded like he was against it. If anything's not in Aramaic, or can we trace to Aramaic in some way, he doesn't really rock with it.
Okay.
That's what I understood. I don't want to put words in my mouth. Well, Pastor Jay, what are your thoughts on the conversation? I know you brought up things how the images and the pictures and the scriptures and the images and all that kind of stuff. So what are your thoughts? And we kind of went down a more theological kind of discussion.
Yeah, it was well, like I say all the time, man, I know people get up here and show these pictures and stuff like that, but it's all theological for them. That's why the pictures are just supposed to be there like evidence and proof of what they believe theologically speaking. And so that's why you can't really separate it and have two separate discussions, one that's like doctrinal based and then one just about history stuff, because everything is about, because they believe the Bible itself is their history. So these pictures are just supplementing that. And so that's why when showing a picture, he's throwing out random passages like Revelation 1, 14 and 15, when he showed like a black picture somebody drew of Jesus, like, see, this is what even Revelation 1:14 described him as a black man with woolly hair, or the thing with Solomon or the thing with Israel. That's why these things kept coming up. And so it's impossible to ever separate them as far as the conversation. Everything I heard tonight, I heard all that in IUIC. So that's why I say it's camp doctrine. That's what we was taught. And so I heard nothing that was like brand new. That was like, oh, okay. Everything that I heard from the use of the pictures, connected back to Romans, Solomon, Israel being a speckled bird, and all this stuff, I heard all that before. And then when I'm listening to somebody who is boasting about his ability to translate the original language and stuff, constantly keep abusing the scriptures, then I'm just like, he don't know what he talking about. Even if he can read a language, I can't read no Aramaic. You throw some Aramaic in front of me, and all that's all scribble scrabble to me. I don't know it. All right. But I do know this. If he know it, he don't understand what the Aramaic message is, because he keep misquoting and abusing the scripture texts and abusing the order in which the Lord set up in the church regarding the Gentiles being able to preach and the gifts of the Spirit that the Lord has given various ministers that are not Jewish by nation. And this whole we first, y'all second mentality. Like when the scripture says to the Jew first, to the Gentile, like that, we're in the to the Gentile part. Like we're not to the Jew first part. The Jew first part is when the gospel was preached only to Jews and the proselytes that converted during that time. Once they say we turn to the Gentiles, we were at the Gentiles part. So the fact that we thousands of years removed from the Gentiles being brought in now, why are people talking about we first, y'all second, Jew first, all this kind of stuff now? and as if the Gentiles are like some second-class citizen. We more important, we first, y'all second. There's no second when we won. And you don't got more privileges than us when we share the same promises. And you ain't getting no more special rule with Christ than the Gentiles will, since you all reign with them together forever. So this whole class mindset of these people, there was a comment, matter of fact, the comment's still on the screen, that said, how can the people, the Messiah came to save his people from be saved as well? Oh, how can the people who the Messiah came to save his people from be saved as well? And so that's simple, because the Lord didn't come to save all Israelites, and the Lord didn't come to save all Gentiles. So in every nation that opposes people, they will be destroyed. And a remnant out of all the nations, from the Jews and the Gentiles, will be saved. This is how the Lord fulfills both passages where it says that the Lord came to save the world, yet the scripture says he will judge the world. And when he judged the world, he ain't just judging the nations outside of Israel. He judging Israel too. So this is how the Lord, he spares a remnant out of all the nations that's written in the gospel, therefore saving the world, literally saving all remnants out of every nation. But then he comes to judge the world by Christ as well, of the Jew and the Gentiles. So, but it's that issue that's caused a huge problem. So when I'm hearing somebody saying, I ain't never wrong with this text, when you've been abusing it like 6-7 times already. But yet, despite the, I'll give you this, right about that, or I got to backtrack from this, but then say, you don't get it wrong with the text. I just tell the truth. But you wasn't telling the truth. So we deal with a lying spirit. So, but somebody said, Pastor J, prove with verse. Prove what with verse? What specifically? But yeah, if somebody else wants to say something, why they let me know what they talking about.
Are y'all gonna end the show in a minute? Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Oh no, who's saying something?
No, I was just asking. Are y'all gonna end the show in a minute, or what? I was just wondering.
I mean, do you want to address some things so we can just put it in the ether? But real quick before we go there, on being back on a spiritual level, more theological. Pastor, I'm not sure if you know, we had a session yesterday praying for the sister Nefertiti. Right now she's going through an illness. It's looking like this that last hurdle. So it's praying for, I don't know if you caught it, if you want us to give a prayer for Nephi.
Yeah, I listened to it. I didn't listen to all of it because I ended up doing a class myself. I addressed it a little bit in my video as well. I would definitely say you guys go and watch that. There's a lot that I went over. That's very important. But in regards to her, yeah, obviously, I know the schism because being 7-day Adventist and everything like that. But just like I was explaining to people, whether somebody's your neighbor, agree with you, or is your worst enemy, you don't never wish the worst on them. You would always hope that the Lord have mercy on them, especially since we know got one life before judgment. And so from the update that I heard is that basically if the Lord doesn't act as in a miracle sense, they don't expect her to last much longer. I would hope that the Lord would have mercy, spare her life, let her recover for her sake and for her family's sake. But also remember the scripture in Ecclesiastes where it says that it's better to be in a house of mourning than in a house of feasting or pleasure. It said for at the end of the day, everyone will die. It said, so the living should take it to mind. A lot of what I heard yesterday was spoken by Ambassador and Elder Tim and Elder Green was here. And what I was hearing them, they was talking about love and what it looked like. And Elder Tim had made some remarks and that caught my attention. And I watched the chat section to see how people took to his words, to see if they really heard what he said and understood what he said. What he said was true, but they didn't really hear it. And and the reason for that is because they were talking about love, and that's what God requires all the people that profess faith in Christ. No one will inherit the kingdom of God by being lawless. You must believe on Christ, and we know that you believe that God raised Christ from the dead because of the new life that you live. You cease from sin. You continue as a habit to practice righteousness and not lawlessness. So the slander and the backbiting and the striving with one another and the hatred that come out in various forms must cease. It has no place among the Lord's people. But Elder Tim made a statement. He said he asked y'all to forgive him because sometimes when he comes over, when he came over in the past, sometimes he came over and acting a fool because in his mind he was viewing things as sport competition, and so instead of the people coming over needing answers and guidance, and so but because he was viewing it as sport and contention and competition, trying to outdo one another, he said instead of doing that, he said, there's people that really need your help and things. So Ambassador said amen, and other people's agreeing. I'm looking at the chat section. I'm watching the brothers and sisters agree. And I said that I hope that they are understanding what he's saying. That very spirit, trying to outdo one another, that strife and rivalry, contention which the Gentiles promote to the utmost level. That spirit that we're not to have amongst one another, you cannot take that spirit and then operate that way in the world. You must take this unity and peace and not trying to outdo one another, esteem others better than yourself, consider their bodies, consider their consciences, and all these things. Take that and apply it to the regular parts of your life as well. So in your entertainment, your pleasures, your jobs, all these different things. And so don't let those words bypass your ears. Don't just it sound good and then next week you go right back to strife and contention in various forms. You put it away. The only lawful thing that you can strive against is evil itself. That's being like God. But to strive against men, to try to prove you're better than them, or disregard their health and consciences, that is antichrist. And so I pray that those words seep through to all you brothers and sisters. Don't take it as a joke. I know some people think it's a laughing matter, but I pray you don't take it as a joke. But because of that situation that took place with Sister Nephi, I pray that the Lord, strengthens her body. But the Lord's will be done with that situation. But when death comes close, ears become more humble. And even among your unbelieving family members, who's the most stiff-necked people to the Lord, they're just living their life the way they want. When they come to the churches during the funeral, they're quiet, and the ministers can preach to them, and their ears are more ready to listen because of death being close. Because now you take it to mind, your own mortality, your own mortal nature, and the fact that, hey, one day this is going to be me. So now you start to think about the next life. And for us that think about the next life, we think about Christ and the life that we're to live in the next life that we're supposed to be living right now since we've already been born again. So because death came close and everybody's listening now, the words came out. I pray don't skip your ears. Because that's the same spirit and same things that have been said to you multitudes of times. But now it seemed to have been more readily accepted because death is close and everybody's listening and taking it in the heart about the next life. So I pray the Lord that He gives her strength, and that but whatever the Lord's will be done, whether it be in life or whether it be in death, those that remain alive, the Lord has commanded you, put off bitterness, rage, human anger, filthy jokes, striving, idolatries, sorceries, all these evils, these things that are contrary to love, and walk upright, for you've been called and you're part of Christ's body. And Christ was unleavened and you are unleavened. So I'll leave it at that.
All right, Ibri, if you want to share your screen, you want to go through some things.
I'm gonna fall out, but thank y'all for letting me out. All
right, thank you. Thank you for sharing. All right, I don't know if Ibri still there. If you got time,
I'm sure.
Because one thing I think we got to clear up is, I think there's a misnomer when like some folks say Israel's black, but at the same time, they'll say black people can be all multiple shades. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I don't think from the ancient world, if we want to take off race, what would the Israelites have looked like?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah.
So two things. Yeah, I know when people say, "Oh, Israel would have been light," they're talking about basically like people like Drake and stuff like that, and a workaround to get around the whole light skin thing. But the fact of the matter is, from my understanding, especially like looking at things like the Exodus, there would have been multiple ethnic groups among the Israelites because you would have had the Israelites themselves, but then they left with a mixed multitude. And I read some different commentaries and rabbinic sources and Christian sources that basically say that in the mixed multitude, there would have been other peoples with the Israelites that were slaves in Egypt as well. So, who were slaves in Egypt? That would be Asiatics, other Asiatics from the Levant, uh, Egyptians, and Nubians, and Libyans, and other Mediterranean peoples, et cetera, et cetera. So, you're going to have a bunch of different type of people as Israel. They're going to be a bunch of different ethnic groups, especially as their history expands and evolves, and then we get to the modern day. It's just going to be a bunch of different people.
I'm with you. If you want to share a screen, I'm waiting for you.
Oh, I didn't even have a.
I know y'all locked and loaded.
Yeah, let me see if I can. What specifically are you looking for? Then maybe I'll see if I can find.
Well, more so, I don't know if the professor's still watching, but anything he said, you didn't get a chance to address with him, and we just want to preview it now, so that we can go back to it later on.
Actually, yeah, I think I showed everything that I wanted to show. I wanted to, just illustrate that light skin existed before Abraham. I read that source. I guess I could pull it up again, but here, let me see if I can find it.
Okay. And then one thing also with these findings, what beyond hue, skin hue, would the other factors play a factor like for instance, if I'm not mistaken, like with earlobes, detached earlobes is a recessive gene while it's attached, or will those things play a factor as well? Noses and other body types, things of that nature.
Mm-hmm. Like among the Israelites.
Yeah, because folks are saying that I'm hearing that folks saying the different hue, the spectrum of black people is a non sequitur, but it's the whole standpoint of how detailed are we being towards the findings of a people. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
In terms of how their appearances and things of that nature, and also culture, because then we can see overlap. Like, well, I didn't agree with everything Lex said yesterday. Like, circumcision was done before the Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
So can we just take circumcision and run wild with it, or do we have to have things in a certain kind of spectrum of viewpoint?
Definitely the spectrum of viewpoint, because we know the Israelites, for instance, did it on the 8th day. So that's a very distinct thing about them. But then again, I guess to a larger extent, you could say Hebrew people in general could have done it on the 8th day because Abraham circumcised Ishmael. But I don't want to get into. I want to get down that rabbit hole. But in terms of like you said, like noses and lips and different like facial features, even that I would say Israel would have had a very diverse array. And I don't think he was hearing me, because I told him, like, yeah, you would have had extremely dark skinned people among the Israelites, but you also would have had white skinned people among the Israelites. Like, it's going to be a mixed bag of people. Like I never denied that there will be dark skin or black skin. But white skin to be there as well, because we see it. We see depictions of it in the Levant and in Egypt. And just to step away from the depictions, because I know, just looking at artwork isn't the only good method. We also see genetically that there's different types of people there as well. We see J markers, we see E markers. So it's like it's super diverse.
All right. In terms of just final thoughts, in terms of history, what you heard from brother, what would you say about it? What points was he hitting correct on? What points were you too sure about? What points it was just like it just seemed off?
That's a good question. So I would say that he was off on the black obelisk because he said that the black obelisk is depicting black Israelites because the stone is black. But that's the issue with that is that that everything on the stone is black too. It's not just the Israelites. It's the clothes that they have on, the sandals, the hair, the background, the writing. It's like everything's black. So it's like that's not a good, like there's no actual like specific depictions on the black obelisk stone. Like they didn't paint the stone to show what they look like. And I don't like looking at the Assyrian stone because it's like there's no actual depictions or no actual skin tone features and hair colors and stuff like that. But moving on from that, like he brought up a depiction that's supposed to be Levites playing instruments, and I've always seen that meme and heard of it, but no one has ever showed me what museum has specifically said that those are Levites playing musical instruments. So a lot of the but most of the artwork he did show was Israelites, but that one definitely probably wasn't Israelites. But still, the stuff he was showing is not depicting skin tones. Like those people could just look like brown skinned Middle Easterners. We don't know. And this is why looking at stone depictions is kind of an issue.
Yeah, because even iconography, the Eastern Orthodox Church, how did they depict? You know what I'm saying? Then the clothing and all that kind of stuff. I know he has a focus on the skin color and things of that nature, but holistically looking at that stuff, can we really tell what an Israelite is or just an artist's rendition?
Yes, and the Dura Europos, yeah, like that depicted Jewish people and other ethnic groups as well in that area and time of Israel. And I have no issue with it because it kind of fits other depictions in other parts of the Levant. And those depictions don't necessarily refute that there could have been black Israelites because you can find images of dark skinned Israelites also in that time. It was a mixed bag. Like, for instance, my PTR. This is actually a Hebrew from the Greco Roman period, and I can show where it comes from the museum and everything. So you would have people that look like my PTR, but you would have had people that look like Dura Europos. So yeah, it's like people got to understand it's more nuanced in the Levant because the Levant is the crossroads of Africa, Asia, and Europe. So you're going to have those phenotypes of Africans, Asiatics, and Europeans. Kind of makes sense.
So now, one last thing, and I think we can wrap it up. When would you say the first, quote, white Israelite would have came on the scene?
The first
or white Hebrew.
The first white Hebrew. I'll break those up into two statements then.
Okay, yeah. I want to clear it up. Yeah, go ahead, break it down.
The first white Hebrew, technically speaking, the first white Hebrew could have existed even in the times of Abraham. Really think about it, because Hebrew, I know that there's two different opinions on Hebrew. Hebrew can go back to Eber, or Hebrew can go back to Abraham. But I'm just going to stick with Abraham's time period. So I would say, yeah, even in Abraham's time, I wouldn't be shocked to see white-skinned Hebrews. I do think that most people in Abraham's time was like relatively brown skinned, and then you had a few dark people, but also a few light people. But the general skin tone is going to be brown, with a few, like I said, a few black, few white. But yes, you could have had white Hebrews in Abraham's time. I don't think there's any issue with that. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. Now,
so like brown, like Osama bin Laden brown.
Yeah, that medium brown skin tone. Yeah.
Okay. And then what about the first white Israelite? Someone in the covenant, things of that nature.
That can go back as far as the Exodus. That can go back to the time when Israelites were slaves in Egypt. And then when Israelites left during the Exodus, that's when you can easily had basically the proto population of Israel would have had white skinned people that amalgamated and joined the nation of Israel.
So white folks, there are white folks in Sinai.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. We got to wrap it. I don't know if you can show them proof or anything like that.
I mean, we can look at I don't like always doing depictions, but that seems to be what most, BHI kind of go with. So like if we were to look up, and I might pull it up here in a second, the Shashu, the Shashu are depicted quite light skinned, and I believe that those types of people would have easily been among the Israelites. I guess let me see if I can find one.
Okay.
Shashu. Give me a quick second here. I should be able to find a depiction of them. If well, actually, this is pretty good. All right, so these are Levantines. These aren't specifically Shashu. Actually, is this a Shashu? This might be a Shashu right here. Okay, yeah. I'll use this. See if this image will blow up. Right now, hold on. All right, this is better. All right, sorry it's taking so long. I'm trying to find, like, a lot of these images are blurry, you know.
Okay.
And again, I'm going to show you all that yes, there was light-skinned people, white-skinned people among the Israelites, and that would have became Israelites. But everybody, don't freak out. I'm not saying that there's no such thing as dark-skinned Israelites. The two can be true at the same time.
Yeah, we're just trying to develop a nuance to the conversation, so folks don't see things in black and white.
Exactly.
Because there would have been even one Asiatic folks who might have been at Sinai.
Mm-hmm.
But that's another conversation.
So I have this right here. Let's see. So this is dated to Ramses, the palace of Ramses III. So this is very ancient. And we see right here a Hittite. This is the Hittite. Then we see right here a Bedouin Shashu. So this is what Dunamis was asking. Could there have been light-skinned people or white-skinned people among the Israelites? And this is a Shashu. Shashu people were enslaved by the Egyptians. Well, a lot of people were enslaved by the Egyptians, but this is one of the ethnic groups that would have been enslaved by the Egyptians, as well as Hittites, because these are all depictions of people groups that the Egyptians had as slaves. You can see the bindings right here in the arms. Then right here you have an Asiatic, just a typical Asiatic. You have a Nubian. Yes, they would have been part of Israel as well because they were slaves in Egypt. And then you have a Libyan. Let me make the image bigger.
What year is this image? So we can get a time frame when this was.
Yeah, so this is dated to Ramses III, the palace of Ramses III. So that's 1000 BC, roughly, and yeah.
So Bible time, so folks can see have a comparison.
Yeah, this would date roughly around, I don't want to say King Solomon, but it's kind of roughly around that date because it's believed that King Solomon reigned in 900 BC, and this is dated to like 1000 BC. So it's like a bit roughly around the time of King Solomon, roughly.
Okay.
But yeah, so yeah, these types of people could have been among the Israelites. I mean, like we said earlier, Uriah the Hittite. And this is a Hittite right here. Uriah could have looked like this guy.
All right.
There. And Uriah's wife, she could have looked like that too. So, you know, it's there's nuance to this. We gotta understand that the ancient Near East, it would have had many skin tones, many different ethnic groups, and you don't have to say that all of Africa and the ancient Middle East was black. You don't have to say that in order to, because we can find depictions of people in the Middle East that are black, but we can also find depictions of people in the Middle East that are white, and we have to recognize that and not run from that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if an Israelite coming out of Exodus would have dealt with women like the Essenes, then their child, even though their bloodline, so they would have been bloodline Israelites would have the same kind of skin tone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you would have bloodline Israelites even with these skin tones.
Coming out of Exodus at Mount Sinai.
Mm-hmm. Because my bad, go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to want clear, and there would be no issue with other Israelites dealing with their skin tone, but more so just tribes, things of that nature, right?
Yeah, it was more of a tribal thing because back then they didn't have, most ancient peoples didn't have the concept, this modern concept of racism and Nazism. Like obviously all of this stuff predates the Israelites. They didn't have that understanding. They just didn't like other people because of their tribe, because of other tribes and their customs. Like they
And
weren't
deities and worship and things of that nature.
exactly.
Can you put up a Moabite?
A Moabite. Do we have depictions of ancient Moabites? Let me see. Might be able to find Moabite deities.
Okay. And then I had one last question for you, brother. If the Bible contradicts, from your viewpoint and how you research, if you see a contradiction with factual history in the Bible, what do? Do you change your interpretation of a passage, or the factual history is wrong?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question one more time? I was trying to look that up.
Okay, yeah. If you see that factual history contradicts the Bible, what do you do? Do you change your interpretation of the passage, or the history is wrong, or what?
If you see that factual history contradicts the Bible,
Yeah.
I haven't really ran across like anything in history that contradicts the Bible. Like I know some people have said in the past, like, oh, there's no evidence for the Exodus.
Mhm.
The Egyptians never enslaved people, therefore, how can the Israelites have been slaves when they didn't have slaves? When obviously we can see in Egyptian history they definitely had slaves, and you can find evidence for things like the Exodus if you dig hard enough. But
So now, have you seen that? Let me rephrase it. In our community, have you seen interpretation of the Bible that go against factual history?
oh yeah, 100%. We have definitely seen people interpret things that completely go against history. Like I'll just give one example. Like people saying that Esau mixed with Neanderthals, and that the Horites were Neanderthals. That is factually completely incorrect. Esau was a middle Bronze Age man of a middle Bronze Age Semite in the Levant, and Neanderthals died out thousands of years ago. So when people try to combine elements like that into the Bible, yeah, they're definitely wrong. There's so many other examples, but that was the easiest one to bring up.
Okay, or even like how the professor with his passage using black, some of those interpretations might go against history and in terms of other things, correct?
Oh, correct. That as well. Like trying to use scriptures to say that King Solomon described himself as black when that wasn't King Solomon. That was actually a Shulamite woman. So yeah.
All
Okay,
right.
so let me show you this.
Go
Right
ahead.
here. So this right here is I wouldn't say it's the best depiction of a Moabite, but it's what I could find. But yeah. There's not a lot of depictions of them, surprisingly, but this is like the closest
Is
thing.
that shocking for Semitic people not to have too much ancient description imagery of themselves? Is that more of an outsider kind of thing?
That's a good question. I would say yes. It seems like Semitic people were some of the were kind of like a people that didn't really depict themselves too much, because even when it comes to like Arabians and stuff, like you don't find that many depictions of them. Now, in terms of Semitic people in Mesopotamia, they seem to love depicting themselves. Like the Assyrians, they have a ton of artwork, and but then when you go closer to the desert areas, you don't see that many depictions of like Bedouins and stuff like that. But that's because they're moving about, so that kind of makes
Yeah.
sense. But
So occupational, if you're more sedentary, there's more likelihood. If you're more nomadic, there's no need to. Just more stories, things of that nature.
mhm.
And I asked that question too because for ancient Israelites, if they have no depiction of their deity, right, it just seems like even with themselves, there's not a need to have statues like how Alexander the Great has statues of himself. But King David, there's no statue of King David.
Right. Right. Good point. Yep.
And even on, I think it's more so later on we might have bus, but that's more so dealing with Greek culture and folks becoming more Hellenized, if I'm not mistaken.
No, you're 100% correct. It seems like the Israelites were sort of distinct in that way in their culture. Like they didn't really depict like in way ancient times. It didn't really depict people like Moses and Joshua and these types of like major figures in their culture and in their history. Whereas you have Egyptians, depicting their kings and their gods all over the place. And you even have like the Canaanites depicting their gods and other ethnic groups in the Near East, but the Greeks and the Romans and Assyrians, Hittites, but Israel they kind of didn't do it until they became until they started incorporating Canaanite beliefs. That's when they started doing it a little bit, but yeah.
Okay, and then after 70 AD, there might be a little more, but like with Dura Europa, they're not necessarily looking like sub-Saharan.
No, not in those frescoes. They definitely look more like Syrian Jews and Levantine Jews. Yeah.
So like we discussed, the last thing, and let you go. As they migrate, Jewry starts to tend to look like where they're at. So even by that point, if you have Assyrian Jews, might look different than from those that are from Italy or things of that nature.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's actually a couple of books that mention that. It said, can't remember the quote for verbatim, but basically it says that anywhere the Jews are, they look like the peoples of that area, and that's kind of true when you think about how Greeks and Romans sort of described the Israelites because they had multiple different origin stories. Like Tacticus, he said that the Hebrews or the Jews are of Ethiopian origin. But then he also says, oh, wait, no, there's oral history of them having Egyptian ancestry. Wait, oh, no, they have oral history of being Assyrian peoples. Wait, no, they have origins of being Cretans. Wait, no, it seems like there's another origin story that they're an Anatolian group. Who I can't remember their name, how to pronounce it, but it starts with an S. So like Tacticus gave like 5 different origins for the Judean peoples, and a lot of BHI typically harp on the Ethiopian one, but there's like 4 other ethnic groups: Assyrians, Egyptians, Cretans, and Anatolian people. So yeah, there seems to have been a notion that they're a mixed bag of people to the point that it's hard to determine like where they come from because they
All
kind
right.
of look like everybody.
Yeah. So dealing with this comment, Jesus, Moses, Joseph, Abraham were all in Egypt. So from the time of Abraham to Jesus, would Egyptians have been homogeneously black?
No. We've dug up Egyptians, and according to their DNA, we found some Egyptians with Indo-European, or should I say, white Eurasian DNA. And we also have done, or excuse me, scientists have done um, facial reconstructions of some Egyptians, and they looked like Coptic people, like modern day Egyptians. Now, I'm not saying that there wasn't ever dark skinned people in Egypt. I have to always make that caveat because people be thinking that when I speak like this, I'm saying that there wasn't dark skinned people. Yes, there was dark skinned people in Egypt, but there was also light skinned people in Egypt too, and they're just as much of an Egyptian as the dark skinned ones. Both things can be true at the same time. Um, and that's James, Shalom James. Hittites at one point were the pharaohs. Yeah, that's a good point, James. Hittites, and I've mentioned quite a few times on this show that Hittites are Indo-European people from Anatolia. And what's interesting is that there was a war between the Egyptians and the Hittites known as the Battle of Kadesh. And what's interesting about that battle is that the Egyptians claimed that they won the battle, but historically we see that they did not win the battle. It was a stalemate. And what had happened was that after the battle, the Egyptians they gave some of their princes and princesses to the Hittites kings, and some of the Hittite kings gave their princes and princesses to the Egyptian kings and queens. So there was a mixed marriage between these Indo-European Anatolian Hittites and these Afro-Asiatic Egyptians. And so you would see an introduction of Indo-European genes into Egypt as far back as the time of the Battle of Kadesh, which was in the Bronze Age. And anybody can look this. I guess I could pull it up since I got my screen here.
And somebody asked him, were there white slaves in Egypt? Someone going back.
Were there white slaves? And yeah, the Egyptians enslaved everybody. They hated, they hated anyone who was not Egyptian. And I think Egyptian even means like true man or true person or something like that. But it didn't matter if you was a Nubian, it didn't matter if you was a North African Libyan, it didn't matter if you was a Asiatic in the Levant. They would enslave you and not think twice about it. So here's what I was talking about earlier. Actually, here's what I was talking about earlier. Dunamis, the Battle of Kadesh, the peace treaty in which the Egyptian kings and the Hittite kings basically traded their children to each other, and so you would have an introduction of Indo-Europeans this way as well into Egypt. Let me show a map. Actually, that might be better. Let's see.
Because Lennon has asked a question: how far did the Egyptian kingdom spread? And I guess we got to have a time frame with that in terms of
that's true.
What's the largest Egypt has been in one time frame?
Let me look up ancient Egypt. It will definitely be the New Kingdom. So actually, let me just show you the New Kingdom map, because the New Kingdom was when they were the most expansive, because they had just got done kicking out the Hyksos and they were afraid of being invaded ever again, and they never wanted that to happen again. So when the New Kingdom arose, they became extremely militaristic. So here is a map of the New Kingdom. I want to blow it up for y'all so y'all can kind of see it. Download the full size. And let me open it up right here. But yeah, it will definitely be the New Kingdom, because they expanded into places like the Levant, and they turned the Canaanites actually into vassal states, where they had to pay tribute. And this is interesting because this is where you get things like the Amarna letters. I'm sorry, I'm trying to blow this up. This is where you get things like the Amarna letters, which state that here we go, which states that the Canaanites were being attacked by people known as the Habaru. But I'm not going to go too deep into that. But here's their territory. So they were all the way south into Cush, and they were all the way as far north as to Arwad in Syria. And what's interesting about this is that this is how you had the battle between the Egyptians and the Hittites, because the Hittites controlled Syria, but so did the Egyptians, and there was a clash for that territory.
Okay. Ibri, do you debate?
Do I? Yes, I actually I was supposed to debate a guy called Battle Axe in the debate tournament. And the topic was, are Jewish people Israelites? But he pulled out of the debate at the last minute and didn't want to do it. But I do have a debate coming up very soon against LV or Europa. And we're going to try to figure out a topic. I'm going to ask him the same question. Does he want to debate, are Jewish people Israelites? And I will be the one defending the Jewish people, proving that they are Israelites. And he will be on the opposing side. We're going to see if he'll take that debate.
All right. How does someone get in contact with you, or if they want to debate anything you brought out tonight to say that it's wrong or you don't have any proof?
Yeah, I saw some comments of people saying that they want to debate me on this and that. So
yeah,
if you want to contact me, you can contact me via my email. I guess I can type it in, and then you can bring it up, pull it up there, put it in my private chat.
I'll put it. I can put it in the chat.
Hebrew of Israel, gmail.com. All right, so you can contact me at the Hebrew of Israel at gmail.com. I put it in the private chat. And you can also contact me via YouTube. My YouTube channel is the Hebrew of Israel, spelled the exact same way. You can contact me via the community posts, and I'll see it, or you can contact me under one of my YouTube videos. But those are like the two main ways. I'm not gonna lie, I don't look at my email very much. But if you contact me via YouTube, I'll definitely answer that because I check that at least every now and then. But
All right. So I put his email in the chat. Have you debated anyone from any camps?
Well, I've done a few debates on Clubhouse. Have you been? Are you familiar with Clubhouse? Have you been on there? The app,
Okay,
but
but nothing formal.
formal debates. Let me see. I have to go back and see. I've slightly debated Teo Ministries a while back when I was in my late teens, early adulthood. Um, yeah, I did a slight debate with back then. That's actually how Teo and I got on bad terms. And that's
Yeah,
partly why
because
he doesn't debate anymore.
Source Debate League will be formal. There'll be time limits, things of that nature.
Yeah, well, when I debated Teo, it was on Sister East channel, but it was not formal. So in terms of a formal debate, I have to say no. I think everything has pretty much been informal.
Okay, but you all willing to either formal or informal?
I can do both. Yeah, I can do formal. Oh, it depends on if the platform should be neutral though. If somebody does want to debate me, I prefer a neutral platform, somewhere like Brian TV, um, where sides would not be taken, where I won't be like muted a bunch and stuff like that. Or like what James has on the screen, Source Debate League. Like
Yeah,
I want to
I
go
think
in.
the more form will be better, so that way people can get their points across and a little more coherency to just focus on the main point.
Mm-hmm.
All
I
right,
agree.
so that way either here or Source Debate League, Hebrew Israel's open to debate. Or I believe a lot of folks in Yap Gang are open to debate. So
That's correct. That's correct.
So if anyone wants to debate and get it done, if you want to say I think from secular scholarship to Bible, I think you got to open to all ears, correct?
That is correct. Jeshub, James, the Orthodox more. We even have Jewish people in our group, but I don't know if they really want to debate at the moment. But yeah, we're as far as those people that I named, they are ready to debate though. So,
Okay, so yeah, can I see some folks say the Bible? Can you show Bible things of that nature? So I think that's a topic as well. The area folks want to get into.
yeah, I can debate Bible topics depending on what it is. Like if now let me make a caveat. If you're talking about personal interpretation, like the end times, will Esau, et cetera, et cetera. No, I'm not debating that.
Okay.
Not.
Well, like something like this, where the brother put Lamentation 4:8.
Oh yeah, I can debate that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So these kind of things he's open to interpretation of skin color and imagery and things of that nature.
Yeah, I can definitely debate the whole skin tone verses and stuff like that.
So you want to debate end times and prophecy, eschatology. There's also Reb C and I believe Elder Tim, who are willing to debate on eschatology.
Yeah, there's just so many interpretations of the end times that I don't feel like you got millennialism, post millennialism, and it's like nah. I just don't like debating those topics because there's too many like different beliefs. And like for instance, for me, like I believe most of the prophecies already happened, but I wouldn't want to like debate it.
Oh no, yeah. He not Reb C, yeah. I'm not saying Reb C. No, I'm not. Yeah. I'm not saying Reb C's challenging him. Just Reb C's open to debate anyone who wants to debate. So not Ebri, but anyone else who wants to debate any topics. So you can always reach out. I don't know, Reb C, you can put your email in the chat. Space out, and then we can go from there.
Oh, okay. I thought. All right, I read that wrong. My bad.
Yeah. Not you. And then here you go. Let me take care of this. Yeah, because we gotta be open and honest, and folks, we don't want to be thumpers in the echo chamber. And if they don't know it though, I ain't gonna talk about the Allen debate.
Allen debate.
Allen debated on Esau, and that's another discussion.
Oh, I would take that debate. depending
Yeah,
on
because
what it is.
folks would say that folks, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to when to go to other places, how does your arguments end? Does it end on we'll see, the Most High will declare it? Or is there a conclusiveness that we can come to?
Mm. Mm-hmm.
So if it's a conclusiveness it goes to show. Can you articulate your points? Or do you have to rely upon people's assumptions and their emotions?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, because that's why when it comes to debates, I think it's always good to I think it's partly good, should I say, to have like judges and stuff, especially judges that are not biased.
Yeah, and so with that, we can set up as well. So it'll be judges, like Source Street, they have Christians and Israelites, different kind of people who's going to weigh the information out and how it's
Right.
presented. So with that, hold on. With Dr. Brown, I know we come up time and time again. Dr. Brown, Gorilla Hebrew. Who won that debate?
For me, it would be Dr. Brown. But with that being said, I would say that if I were Dr. Brown, I would have done the debate very, very differently than the way he did it. He did a good job, but I would have really, really stressed the DNA. I would have really stressed that all the people in the 12 tribes chart could not genetically go back to Jacob, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I would have stressed that heavily. I would have stressed that Native Americans got to the Americas in various different waves and in various different time periods. Um, and he did, don't get me wrong, he did say some of these things, but I would have like visualized it for the people, because one thing that I've noticed is that humans, we're very visual creatures. So I think it would have been good to really show the migration patterns of the ancestors of Native Americans, which have been Siberian peoples, into the Americas, and the different waves and the time periods and stuff like that. Now he still did good. I still believe he won, but there definitely needed to have been a little bit more visual aid, a little bit more DNA involved, and stuff like that.
Okay, so what we talked about earlier in terms of it's not just a hue, but also there's certain features genetically folks of a recessive trait or dominant trait would have and wouldn't have.
Wait, can you say that one more time? I didn't quite.
Back when we talk about with looks, that genetically folks, there's certain things genetically are dominant that go into people's looks. That some people have, then another folks wouldn't have.
Mm-hmm. Like are you talking about in terms of genetics and phenotype?
Yeah, like earlobes, I think it's one, and certain kind of character. I think
Like
there's other factors how people are. Their body makeup is tied to genetics, and their genetic dominant and recessive traits that will play out.
Yeah. Like I guess you could say things like when it comes to trying to think of a good example, like maybe like most people in East Asia, they have the almond shaped eye. And then if anybody were to mix with them, the kid would more than likely also have slightly almond shaped eyes as well.
Like
And the
those
reason,
Africans who came in contact with that Chinese explorer.
exactly. And the only reason Asian people have that almond shaped eyes because there's an extra layer of fat in their eyelids in that area. So I guess that's kind of an example of like a trait being passed down to another ethnic group, or due to mixing, should I say? Um, that might be a
Like
slightly
disease
dominant.
like malaria and things of that nature.
That as well. That's another perfect example.
Yeah, so there's more to DNA than just phenol in terms of skin hue, but it's other factors that we can kind of map where people come from and who you descend from.
Mm-hmm. I think sickle cell is a really good example, because that we
Yeah,
know that originated with like sub-Saharan African peoples, particularly E1B1A populations, and sickle cells is passed down from parents to kids. So it's like anywhere you see the sickle cell gene, you can kind of deduce that that person probably has like a sub-Saharan African ancestor somewhere within their ancestry.
well, yeah, Crohn's disease and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
This brother DNA 100%. percent if nobody to compare to?
I hear that a lot. People always use the word compared to, but I always wonder, do they know what they mean when they make that statement? Because what do you mean by compared to? You say DNA isn't 100% accurate or true if there's no body to compare to, but what do you mean compared to? DNA can still be true with or without comparing anything. You know what I mean? You don't need to compare DNA to something in order for DNA to be true or not. With that being said, we have tested bodies in places like the Levant and frankly all over the world, but let's just stick with the Levant because I think that's what we're talking about. Well, I'll say Levant and Egypt. We've tested bodies in these locations and we've compared them to people groups. Bodies were tested in the Bronze Age Levant. Jews and Arabs shared DNA to ancient Levantines. I can pull up the article if you want, but it's we have compared DNA. I mean,
And then with your model, is in terms of who's coming from where, things like that, their migration pattern, things of that nature.
in terms of all of humanity or just specific groups of humanity.
To particularly deal with Israel, that kind of thing, Semitic and things of that nature. 'Cause I think folks need to understand, what is your model showcasing? What does it show improve?
Well, with my model, in terms of the Israelites, like in terms of like a strict paternal lineage, I would say that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob would have been haplogroup E. And one thing we do see in Jewish people is that they carry that genetic signature. And we see, for instance, that Sephardic Jews carry 30% haplogroup E. Ashkenazi Jews carry 20% haplogroup E, and they look like they look, but they carry this E marker. And then you have Middle Eastern Jews that carry haplogroup E. But here's the interesting thing about Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews. With Sephardic carrying 30% and Ashkenazi carrying 20%, you combine that's 50% of European Jewry with haplogroup E. And this haplogroup E marker goes back to the Levant and North Africa and the Middle East. So when going into the phenotype, like we were talking about earlier, Dunamis, these people may look, with air quotes, may look European, but they do go back to Afro-Asiatic peoples of the Middle East. And so dealing with migration patterns, we do see that, this E marker is all over the place in Europe, Asia, and Africa. So yeah, DNA is extremely relevant. I don't like people running away from DNA. I know why they do it, but it's like at some point you are going to have to run into it, or you're just going to completely be using phenotype for everything.
Yeah, the brother James Gonzalez said Israelite burials and Magoob split off on line with what we see the Bronze Age Levant.
That is correct.
All right.
Yeah, the Maghreb and Spain. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. Does any of the Yapnam have any royal DNA? If so, are they considered royal? I don't know, brothers.
Royalty. I mean, here I can answer that question. All humans descend from some form of royalty, like a chief or a king or a queen. Like if you think about it, humans have been on this planet for a very long time, whether you believe in an old Earth or a old Earth or a young Earth. All of us descend from slaves, and all of us descend from kings. That's a quote from Plato. We all have royal ancestry and slave ancestry. So, in a biblical sense, we all descend from righteous people like Noah, but I'm not going to get into all that. Go ahead, Jonas.
No. Could have done. That was terrible. It came in. Maybe he's behind. There's a delay. So with Ezra, speaking of royalty, who was taken away during the Babylonian captivity? All of Israel, or more so nobility?
It would seem like it was a lot of nobility. Yeah, a lot of nobility would have been taken into slavery, and some of the population, Israelite, Judean population.
And then when they come back, is it more tribal or more so based on like clans in your family?
Yeah, I think it would have been clans because we even see in like the genealogy of Jesus that like they were 100% keeping trace of the lineage of the specific people that were coming back from the Babylonian captivity. When you read the book of Matthew and Luke, Jesus' genealogy, it's going back to those peoples.
Yeah, like even saying the house of David, not necessarily the tribe of Judah.
Right, right. Hmm.
So it seems that as Israelites evolved, the whole tribal understanding isn't the main emphasis, more so who's your family.
Exactly. It became very more family centric instead of the very broad, tribal claim, which makes sense because when they're in captivity, all they're around is is their family members. Grandma, grandpa, a few cousins, and obviously your parents is like, and then you got all these other people that aren't Israelites living around you. So you're going to be more attracted to your family and going to be more, you know, more surrounded by them, close to them.
No, and I bring that because a lot of times some arguments that come up deal with what's your tribe and things of that nature, and it doesn't seem to be that's what they're looking at during that time period. That's more so us jumping past Ezra and exile, trying to go to Sinai.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would think the more tribal thing was pre captivity, and then post captivity, it's definitely more like we need to keep this family line in check instead of like the entire tribe.
Well, even if you have anything else, brother, I don't know. If you have your channel, Hebrew Israel. You also have anyone's debate. I put his email in the chat. I don't want to hold you too, brother. I'm trying to get on brand so we can shut it down.
No, it's all good. I'll wait as long until the show ends because I'm
And
not doing anything.
all right, if anybody, in the meantime, anybody wants to, let me put the link back out. If anybody says, as I hear a lot of folks saying he's not making sense, anybody wants to gauge Ebreed in terms of what he believes, what he's doing, the link's in the chat so you can jump on. You know what I'm saying? Fair time, none of that kind of stuff to challenge him, things of that nature, because he said a lot.
Actually, as well, Dunamis, I have a series coming out soon. It's kind of funny that we're talking about like mixed multitudes and exoduses and stuff like that. I actually have an Exodus series that I'm working on that's going to like go through a lot of this history and migration patterns and stuff like that, especially dealing with things like the location of Israel, because that's another weird belief that people have with Israel being in like Ethiopia or something like that. But
So where is Israel then?
it's in the Levant, Syria, Palestine, the land that's Go ahead.
Now, can you prove that? How do we know you're an agent of Rome with the conspiracy?
That's a good question, actually. So there are several ways to prove that Israel is in Israel, and that's by looking at archaeology. For instance, we have the Merneptah Stela, which says that Pharaoh Merneptah wiped out the seed of Israel, and he didn't say that the seed of Israel was in Ethiopia or Nigeria or South Africa. He said that the seed of Israel was in the Levant, where he had or what would have been called Canaan at the time, where we had or where there was a lot of Egyptian campaigns, and so that's just one simple way. There's several others. Man, there's a lot of different ways. Even the fact that go ahead.
No, because even the standpoint when we talked about mountains earlier, Mount Moriah, it plays a significant factor because Mount Moriah is where Abraham sacrificed his son, was supposed to, and that's when he built the Temple Mount. So
Exactly.
if you have that wrong, the holy place, the meeting place of God, that sacred place is off too.
Right, and it's funny how we know where all these locations are, like Mount Moriah, Jerusalem. Like we know exactly where it's at. But whenever you ask somebody where is Jerusalem in sub-Saharan Africa or Mount Moriah, they can't tell you. Or it's like a bunch of different places with the same name, but that's because Europeans went there and named it that. But that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna let. I got a question after the question. Let JT go. From 70 AD to in your history and model with Yap and things of that nature, are there holes in it, or can you trace Jews from 70 AD on forward to the modern day?
Yeah, there's a lot. There's Jewish families that can trace their lineage.
Not so much Jewish families, the history. Because sometimes when we talk to certain folks, I've noticed that there's gaps in their history. To where they'll jump from 70 AD to the Inquisition, and from the Inquisition they'll jump to the slave trade. But in terms of how people get there, things of that nature, there's things we hold. With Yap, y'all have a model to kind of trace folks where they're going through, right? The migration patterns of that nature.
Yes. Yeah, we don't really go with the whole 70 AD thing, where a bunch of Jews like went into Africa now.
Okay.
We will use things like what's already established in the scientific community and in history, like the Limba, as an example. Their oral tradition said that, they went into South Africa around the time of the Syrio-Babylonian times, and they went to Sinna, which is in Yemen, and then made their way into South Africa. And then we see genetically, these Limba people have Middle Eastern DNA. And so we'll use something like that instead of like jumping around from like 70 AD to the Spanish Inquisitions. It's like that's a lot of it's like 1,000 years, or like over 1,000 years of history. That's like what happened in between this time.
And I think that's a challenge I put out for the community. If in your history you have gaps, and it's not that you can't know, because we're all learning, but if you have gaps and you say the migrations and there's holes in your story, that might be something you have to look into or reach out to the brothers to see how to fill those holes if you have pseudo real information.
Yeah, I would say reject the whole 70 AD thing, but that's me.
So you're rejecting the out of Africa theory and then the into Africa theory, sounds like.
That's a funny way of putting it.
Yeah, because it seems like there seems to be, it's either we all came out, we're going into, or we just never left the area.
Yeah.
So question, what do y'all think about this whole person of more lighter skinned people in areas with sunlight? What do y'all think about, what do you think when people groups in areas with less sunlight become lighter over time?
I've heard of that interpretation, and I don't know. Like, I've heard of it.
Well, it's true. From my own anecdotal evidence, I use myself as an example. I get darker in the summertime because of, if I'm out exposed to the sun or whatever. But if I'm indoors or if I'm, during the winter, I lighten up. So if I took pictures of myself during winter and summer, it looked like I went and laid in a tan booth all day or something. It's just crazy. But that does not, and I'm not saying that there can't be any light-skinned people in hot places, because obviously you got light-skinned people in those Middle Eastern regions, and they wear robes or they wear scarves over their faces and their heads and whatever to protect them from the sun. But just giving you guys some anecdotal evidence that the sun can change our appearance, make us a little darker, and that's for anybody. I don't think even quote unquote white people, if they're getting a lot of sunlight, it's gonna change, make them a little darker too. So
hold on, JC Mac. So Ivory, do you just use DNA and haplogroups alone? Because the brother saying DNA and haplogroups have holes in it, or do you have other things that you build your model with? History, the Bible, all that kind of stuff.
Nah, you named it. History, the Bible, archaeology, like all of it. Language, like it's not just, and that's a bit redundant, DNA. Haplogroups is DNA. But yeah, we use more than just DNA. We use, like you just said, like I just said, history, archaeology, language, like basically the 4 fields of anthropology, which includes DNA, by the way, biology.
Oh, so what are the 4 fields again?
So the 4 fields of anthropology will be archaeology, linguistic anthropology, biological anthropology, and history. Archaeology, linguistics, biology, and cultural anthropology.
So with one alone, King Chapel People Group, I'm just using 70 as a flashpoint. With just anthropology alone, King Chapel People Group from 70 AD to modern day.
With just what alone? I'm sorry, someone.
With archaeology.
Archaeology. Can you trace it with archaeology?
Alone.
You doing it alone would be very difficult, but you might sort of be able to do it if you look at the customs and culture of people who are in 70 AD, and then if you can find these same customs and cultures in, like, let's say Italy, and then you see the movement of this particular custom and culture in, like, the Rhine in Germany, and then you start seeing it, spread throughout Europe. You might be able to sort of make an argument like that, but customs and cultures change over time. Now I'm applying this to archaeology as well, because when a person does a specific ritual or something, they're going to leave something behind in the dirt, which archaeologists will find later on in time. So it's like you might sort of be able to do it, but it'll be hard to do it just archaeology alone. You have to use other scientific methods.
Okay. What about Bible alone? I was just using Bible alone.
From 70 AD to modern times, that's definitely going to be, well, all right. So here, let me put it this way.
Well, let's not use modern time. Let's just use to the Inquisition. So it's a smaller time frame.
I would say the same thing. You can't just use the Bible alone. Now you can make the argument that, okay, so people in 70 AD, obviously they're going to be practicing either two things. They're going to be practicing either Judaism or Christianity, and you can just follow the trail of people who might be practicing Judaism or people who might be practicing Christianity that way. But like I said, it's best to use a few more scientific methods than just the Bible alone. If you're trying to track somebody from 70 AD to, like, Spain in the Inquisitions, like, gonna need a little bit more.
Okay,
the Bible doesn't even deal with Spain, so it's like
okay, yeah. So that's what I was going to ask. Using the Bible alone and using other methodologies, or using the Bible alone?
Yeah, you have to use the four fields of anthropology. You have to use all of it.
Okay.
Especially if you're going beyond the biblical timeline. Like, once you get out that biblical timeline, you kind of have to use anthropology at that point.
So more trust in the secular science.
Or biblical science, because technically speaking, the first scientists were Christians. So it's like,
yeah. And then and they were the ones that adopted a lot of stuff. A lot of folks, if not for Christians, a lot of digs into the Levant, they might not have taken place.
Exactly.
I don't even think Muslims are heavy on archaeology.
No, they're not. No. All the books I read on archaeologists, it either comes from Christians or Jews, and it's mostly Christians.
But I think Jewish is more a little later fact.
Yeah, way later, because they don't really like digging up their stuff like that.
Yeah. You want to say something, brother?
Yeah. So before I comment on today's event, did you get that email, Dunamis, I sent you and Berean this morning on Germany?
No, I might have, but
oh, that's a good one. Yeah, you gotta, yeah. That's not only how the Jews were treated, but how other people groups, including Black folk, were treated by the Nazis. So, yeah.
Jason, you kind of low.
Oh, can you hear me now?
It's a little better.
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. No, I was saying the video was basically documents, chronicles, not only how the Jews were treated by the Nazis, but how other people groups were treated, including Black Germans. So, yeah, that's a good one.
All right, so I see the brother Hellman. I completely agree with the brother. And another example, my question was asking whether more or less sunlight will change the population's skin color genetically over many generations. And barely your device isn't connected, so something's wrong with your mic or something.
Yeah. Well, if I can, before we try to answer that question, if I can speak on what I came up here for, if that's okay.
Just
earlier.
remember the question, Ebri, and then we can go forward. Go ahead,
Okay.
Jake.
Oh yeah. Earlier, the guy that was on was making a lot of claims, and I know Berean pushed back a lot on a lot of them. But it seems to me, and I don't know if it's just him or if this is going to be the new push. So at first, the HBIs, as we call them, were pushing to get the church to fall up under them and keep as the keepers of the law, and follow the Mosaic law, and we got to go through them, because the law was given to them, blah blah blah. Now, since that didn't work, it seems that the new trick now is to say, well, not only was the law given to the Israelites, but the new covenant was given to the Israelites. So therefore, you got to come to the Israelites, and the church need to fall up under the Israelites. And that seems to be the new okie doke. So I don't know if it's just that guy, or if we're going to start seeing camp dudes trying to push this to get the church to fall up under them to teach us the new covenant, which is hilarious. But I don't know if you guys caught that. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah. That's something that has to be addressed probably in the video about the theology that's being presented, that only Israelites can teach and things of that nature. Because a lot of times, even a lot of times the secular things. How many Israelites use Israelites to teach them, or did they go to Gentiles for the language, to history, archaeology, things of that nature?
It seems like the BHI always wanted people to learn under them from the get-go, though. Well, maybe not the get-go, but especially now in modern times or in today's times.
Yeah. So it seemed like a push. Seemed to be a push for control.
Yeah, that's the whole point. They couldn't get the church to bend to them, and they've picked off, I guess, whoever they're going to pick off as far as getting them to leave the church. Now it's like, okay, well, we can't get any more out of the church, so let's just get the church to come up under us. You know what I'm saying? Kind of a strategy. So not that I believe in the work. If any pastor worth his salt if any pastor would go follow for that, then he doesn't deserve to be a pastor. But to answer the question that you had on the screen.
Oh, hold on, before you ask that question,
go ahead.
And we're not making a broad brush. We're not saying that everyone's the same, everyone has the same passage. You know what I'm saying? It's just, for me, because I know folks do self-study, and no one's putting down self-study. It's just for me that sometimes folks will say the Spirit led me to certain things. But then when you go into, not everyone, their story, they seem to be gleaning from more Gentile scholars and things of that nature. And then they'll come back and say those documents have been doctored. So it's like, when it agrees with a certain narrative, then it's true. But when it doesn't, there are folks, not everyone, but there are certain folks that say then now it's not true. Even deal with Henry Abramson or Dr. Brown, but when they agree, like Deuteronomy 30, they'll say Deuteronomy 30 is off. Their point agreed with Deuteronomy 30, but when this Deuteronomy 28, then Dr. Brown is off, or Dr. Henry Abramson, or this person, or that church father, whatever. There's a bias and a cherry picking, it seems, with certain folks. That it's not a consistent model you can really follow to get to certain conclusions unless you're under their tutelage and teaching. Now, Ibri, am I making sense? Would you agree, or?
Yeah, I'll agree. Because I was referring like to One West, which seems to be I guess the Darbyites, which seems to be the big bulk of it all. But it's funny why they don't like Dr. Brown and Henry Abramson, because it's not like they never denied that like ancient Israelites were dark skinned. So I don't see why they have an issue with it. But I guess it's because they're saying that Ashkenazi Jews are Israelites too, but I never understood the concept of having to demarcate anybody else's ancestry to prove your own, but that's just me, I guess.
So the question that guy had asked a few minutes ago, doing this.
I think it was a skin tone. Your answer to light skin and its origin.
Yeah. It's on the screen.
Right. So was asking more or less, will sunlight change a population's skin color genetically over many generations? I don't know what that means genetically. I mean, what does that mean to you, Hebrew?
Well, light skin is connected to a certain gene, and I might mispronounce it when I say it here, but it's SLC4587, I believe is the designation. But and that's why when it came to the original question of light skin, um, I was kind of hesitant to say that it would have appeared due to climate because it's a trait that appeared in humans, in pockets of humans in the Near East, and so it's like how and why it appeared, I'm not for sure, um because things just appear in humans, just in different time periods. Like blue eyes appeared in humans, but it didn't appear in people with white skin. Blue eyes actually existed before white skin. They're like Chatterman. He was black skinned, but he lived in the UK, and he was blue eyed, black skin with blue eyes, kind of like Katara from Avatar: The Last Airbender. But anyways, um, so yeah, when these different traits and stuff appears, um, one could say that climate can play an issue, and then maybe let's say diet, maybe the diet shifts, and then like it could be a combination of different things. Maybe another people group come in and mix with your people group, some genes start to shift and change. Um, it's kind of hard to say. I would say personally though, like when it comes to the flood, because I believe in a global flood, I believe a lot of these changes started to appear after the flood because the old world was very different. I believe that the world that Adam and Eve lived in was more tropical, was more lush vegetation. The air was better, the food was better. It didn't have all this radiation that we have today from the sun and stuff like that. But then once the world was destroyed with the flood, and became the world that we're living on today, a lot of that rich nutrients that was once there is gone. And so once humans started to leave from the ark and stuff like that, their mutations just started to appear as they perhaps adapted to certain environments. But that's just my kind of thesis on that, I guess.
Okay, yeah. Well, I can't speak to genetics because I don't study genetics like that. But you know, just looking at how the sun, affects skin tone and whatnot. Whether it be permanent or not, I don't know. Um, so you get a group of people that move to a warmer climate and they work in the in the sun. That can definitely, in my opinion, change their appearance. But I don't know if that quote unquote changes them genetically. I can't say that. Um, but I've this conversation because I was in and out listening today. The conversation is always centered around Europeans or European Jews or quote unquote white Jews. It's always fascinating to me why um, some, not all, some black folk who identify as Jews or Hebrews are so obsessed with white Jews. I I mean, it's mind-boggling to me. To me, it's like being in a nation. Okay, because Israel is a nation, right? Israel, a nation that was made up of multitude of different, looking people, shall I say. And you know, I know this is kind of not exactly the same, but let's just say, you know, America or the United States and all its citizens, and we got citizens that got different, you know, shades, you know, from white to light to brown to black to whatever, and we're all still, you know, citizens of this state, of this nation. And it would be funny to, you know, go around talking about, you know, well, those white Americans are not real Americans. That's how that comes off. That argument comes off to me. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's just weird to me.
I think it's because in their mind they think that the two of us can't descend from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Only one of us has to be the true Israelites. They're white, so it can't be them because they're white, and we're black, and it has to be us because we're black. And I think that's why they kind of harp on European ancestry or European Jews and things of that nature because it's because of skin tone. But at the same time, it's weird and strange because out of the same breath they'll say, oh, they can't be Jewish people can't be Israelites because they're white, but then in the same breath they'll be like Esau was white, you know? And I'm like, wait a minute. So you're
Right,
telling me,
that's hilarious.
yeah, I'm like, so you're saying they can't be Israelite, they can't descend from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob because they're white, but Esau descends from, oh, and then yeah, it becomes a joke. So yeah.
Well, yeah, but see, this is the thing. Everybody's convinced that the ancient Israelites look like them. Now, I'm not going to sit up here and say I don't believe that, you know, the first man or the first, you know, peoples on the planet were not people of color. No, I'm not going to sit up here and say that I don't believe that because I do, but I'm not going to say they were not only were they people of color, they look like, they had an afro with a pick and all that stuff. I'm not gonna sit up here and say all that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, exactly how they look, I have no idea. You know, people of color or people that live in the Middle East right now. You know, your Osama bin Ladens and then you got your Asians and different people, brown peoples around the world. I think a lot of folk who are arguing over all this stuff, whether they be black or white, are going to be shocked when they meet the real ancient people. You know, when we all are raised from the dead and we all meet the real the real people. We meet Moses and we get to meet, you know, the patriarchs, and they're gonna be shocked that those people don't look nothing like what they thought. You know, Christ even himself, the Bible says that there was I'm paraphrasing, nothing comely about him or nothing to be bragging about. You know, he's a common looking person, you know, but you look at some of these images, whether they be black or white, it's this big, strong, powerful, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know, or evangelicals got this this gun toting Jesus, you know, whatever. But it's not gonna look like nothing like what we thought. And it's gonna be embarrassing. And all the hatred and division created by all this. People think that they are justified with all this, creating all these divisions. And if you're a real Jew, if you believe you're a real Jew, it is a sin to treat other people who identify as Jews some kind of way because of their skin tone. I don't know how they justify it. I mean, whether even if you believe that they are converts, you still have no right to treat them the way you treat them. None. And we give credit to, Berea mentioned this all the time. At least the people over there in the land, they started looking, when they got back in the land, they started looking for Jews around the world. They went to Ethiopia. They went to other places. If some of these black folk, were in that position, they wouldn't be looking for nobody but other black people. That's what I'm trying to say. And it's devastating, and it's tragedy because The kingdom of God is not made up of one people, one certain type of people. It's people from all tribes and nations. I don't know, man. I know we get into these conversations, and sometimes the other side of me gets to a point where I'd be like, man, what is with this? But I know we still have to keep on fighting a good fight.
Yeah, you hit the net on the head, the head on the nail. Yeah.
Elder Joe, right? He right. Some of these folk be coming on here trying to teach us and trying to, tell us what should be. And like you get some of those Captain dudes come on, you guys got to follow our statutes and legislation. Man, the hood side of me be coming out, and I be like, man, get out of here. Man, who told you was a real Israelite? Talking about your statutes, your legislation. Man, get out of here, man. Sometimes I have to pull myself back because I don't need to be in a conversation because I know that other side of me be trying to rise up, But I'll watch, like Elder Mike when he be debating Captain Tazariak or whoever else, and I'll be like, no, Mike, don't be holding back. Let it go. You need to throw some uppercuts. Then, take that dude out. But and I'm surprised. Hey, Elder Joe, maybe Elder Joe can hop on and comment on some of these events today, Dunamis. I know if you talking, you're muted, dude.
You may have stepped away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm still here. So I had a call come in, and
okay.
And Billy, you got the mic. What did you think of the discussion, Bailey?
Oh yeah. Hey, what's up, fellas? I just want
to
ask the Hebrew Israel question. I feel like I can never get, I feel like I'm getting mixed information on this one question. I think you tried to answer this question for me before, but there was many conversations going on. I don't think I heard. So there's this. Okay, let me show you this. I'm going to do a share real quick. Since I can actually talk to you without a whole bunch of people debating.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sometimes we get busy.
Both screens are not. Let's see here.
Yeah, especially when they want to come on and debate off topic.
You probably, as soon as I pull this up, you're going to remember. So you see this screen? Of Near Easterners?
Ah, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I've been looking at this for a while now, and I keep getting mixed information. I keep getting information that says that, like in this case of the E1B1, and the X's in the parentheses, I've heard two different things. I've heard that in some cases those are placeholders. In other cases, I've heard that they were actually exclusions. And then I've kind of heard people say that, like for instance, of that first exclusion, the E1B1A1, that's an actual exclusion of all further of every subclade underneath that haplo. And I'm just trying to figure out what's the truth. like are those really exclusions? And would that really, like what we say, like E1B17A is an exclusion because of that as well? Or
that's an excellent question. So, and yeah, people like Ron Dalton have used this in the past to be like, oh, E1B1A was found among the Natufians. But actually, if you scroll down, can you scroll down to the down the paper, because it illustrates what that X actually represents. So it should have. Oh wait, is this the PDF or?
Oh, you know what? That's it. That's all I have to go find the paper.
I can
Because
pull
this
it
is
up.
actually a screenshot.
All right, let
Oh, you
me.
got it?
I'm gonna type it in. This paper is, hold on, the Genomic Farmers, I believe it is. Genomic Farmers of the Near East or something. But it says in the paper down
You
below.
can share if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna, let me see if I can pull up the PDF real quick. See if this is it. Actually, I'm gonna need the supplementary paper because I think that's from the supplementary. So let me see if I can get that. But that's a good question because a lot of people have gotten confused with that, and that's understandable. But right here, all right, share my screen. Let me skip to it. And as y'all can see, if y'all want to, follow along with me, we're looking at the supplementary information, genomic insights into the origin of farming in the ancient Near East. That this is the relevant paper we're looking at. And this is what he was showing earlier, the Y-DNA chromosomes of ancient Near Easterners. And he was asking about right here, the E1B1, and then you see right here, X E1B1A, and then you see E1B1B1B1, Israel Natufian. And so this is what he was asking about. And so the question was, what does this mean? So let's scroll. We're going to look at ID. See right here, ID.
Hold on, Avery, can you zoom in a little bit?
Yeah. Can y'all see that right there? You see E1B1, and then we have X E1B1A1, and then you have E1B1B1B1, Israel Natufian. Let me scroll up. This is the population. Here's the haplogroup, and here's the ID. And we're going to look at ID I1069 in the paper. So I'm going to scroll out a little bit, scroll down. So let's see here. It's going to take a minute. Got to keep scrolling. All right, here we go. We're at ID I1069 E1B1. So what does this mean? So it says this individual was derived from mutation P179, defining haplogroup E1B1, and upstream mutation M5403, defining haplogroup E. It was ancestral for EZ116, which is E1B1A, as well as CCTS849, E1B1B1, and could be designated as E1B1. So basically, this E1B1 is ancestral for the E1B1A and the E1B1B1. And so it's designated as E1B1. So that sample was ancestral.
Okay.
See right here. This is what I was reading just in case no one could see that. And it's the same thing for all these haplogroups. Like this E1B1, B1, B1, B2. This is ancestral for, I'm not going to name all of them, but this E and this E. So these are basically ancestral.
So that's not an exclusion. That's an ancestral marker. So that's actually saying that the E1B1A has a direct relationship to the E. Well, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, basically that E1B1 could potentially produce an E1B1A clade. Okay.
So it's interesting because I've heard so many. I was just talking to somebody on Facebook, and they were trying to say that it was excluded as well. And they were saying it. They were saying that's an exclusion. That's an exclusion. And I've been going back and forth because I started thinking it was an exclusion too. So
yeah, the paper says itself. Like if anybody says that it's exclusionary, then just show them the paper and show them this section right here where it says ancestral.
Okay, and this matches up with what Khan. I think not Khan.
Oh, Razi Khan. Dr. Razi or Professor?
I think it was Khan. It wasn't Khan. It was the other guy, the guy that had the conversation with.
Oh, Garfield.
Yeah, with Yeah.
Mm-hmm,
Garfield.
Yeah. Yep, I remember that. Yep.
Yeah, and he said that. He actually said that, but he switched really quick and said, "Well, there was also Jay too."
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It's like he didn't. It's like it was weird the way he kind of switched like that real quick, but he acknowledged it.
Oh yeah. there was a ton of Eclades in the Levant, and it's kind of hard to be like, oh, E1B1A was never there, because you can easily, one day we can easily find it, and we have the upstream of it there, which is E1B1. So it's like it's not going to be that shocking if we do find it.
Yeah.
And Bailey, real quick, because I know you're Messianic, how do you recognize that someone's a Jew or I'll say Israelite? What's your metric?
That's a good question. I haven't really. I mean, for me, I look at it from. There's different ways I would probably look at it. Because I kind of believe that you could have. There's always been the whole thing of conversion, but if someone wanted to somehow figure out who's genetically mapped to Israel, for me, I would start with E and J clades most likely, and then Kohanim. If that particular population, if they're come from a population that have those haplogroups that were found to be found amongst the Sephardim and the Ashkenazi, I would say that there's a potential that they're most likely descendant of Israel. And then I would look for their oral tradition as well. Like I would try to map the oral tradition of let's say like for instance, like I always use Yoruba because I was fascinated with Yoruba. So like this idea with Yoruba, they have this oral tradition that they were in Morocco, or that they actually were in, I think they say they were in Iberian Peninsula, but they definitely say they were in Morocco, and that they moved into Africa due to persecution. And they actually speak Maghrebi, or some type of dialect of Maghrebi, which supports that they most likely in Morocco. But the thing that's interesting about them is it kind of falls in line with the Sephardic. That oral tradition and that migration pattern, if we can find that migration pattern in their DNA, I would say that them coming out of Portugal into Morocco, I would say that we would, between their oral tradition and their migration pattern with their DNA, would prove that they're most likely descendants of Israel, along with all the other Israelites that came out of Spain and Portugal into Morocco. Because not all, I wouldn't think that every single Israelite that got expelled from Portugal and Spain, and I'm just speaking from the Sephardim, I haven't really thought much about Ashkenaz, that whole Ashkenazi stuff.
Yeah, but when I ask, I'm not just talking about like, just Jewry worldwide. I think there seems to be some people have a standard that's very localized. And if we were to take the same metric, can we put on another community, or do you have to alter it now? You know
I see it. Yeah, I think for me, like I say, it's hard. It's a hard question because it's kind of like there's so much. You can look at it from the point of genetics, and even that's going to be a gray area to an extent. It's going to be probably the closest thing we're going to get, but then you could, it's the play on words, because from the Jewish community, at least what I've seen is they'll go back and forth. Sometimes they'll say, "Oh, it has to be through the maternal side," and then sometimes they'll be like, they'll lift up DNA and they'll be like, "Oh, the Kohanim," and they say all these other things. And then sometimes they'll fall back and say, "Oh, well, it doesn't matter about any of that. It matters, because you can be a convert." So it seems to me, it seems more like a missing target in the Jewish community. I think just for me, I look at from a genetic standpoint, and then I just look at the fact that people can convert to Judaism. So it's kind of hard to have I don't think I have a bulletproof on that one, to be honest with you.
All right. So let's say I'm going to use two examples, right? Let's say you have someone who's secular, right? Their family is this. I'm going to say their father, so there's clarity. Their father is Jewish, but they're secular. They don't really keep to nothing, right? Nothing at all. And then he decides, you know what, I want to convert. He goes through the process. Is he a convert or is he natural born? How should he first be viewed, as a proselyte or a natural born?
And did you say his mother was Jewish ancestry and practiced?
Let's say his mother's Catholic.
I think that would be considered a convert then. I mean, for the most part.
So let's say his grandmother, right? So his mom's mom was religious. His mom not so much. She's an atheist.
And he's an atheist?
She's an atheist. Married to a Christian, right? And he decides he wants to get back to his culture. Well, no, I'm not gonna make his father Christian. I'm just gonna say his father is Jewish or Israelite. So is he a convert or a natural born?
I think so. I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think that if that's in that scenario, and I don't quote me on this,
all right,
but I think that it might be possible that Israel would consider him natural born if he could somehow trace his genealogy through let's say the Onoseum, which were the forced ones that were forced into. Let's say he was forced into. He can prove that his ancestry was forced into away from Judaism, and then maybe there were some disconnects in the family. Grandma was a believer, but maybe other people in the family weren't. Things of that nature. I think there's some arguments that could be made, but I'm not really 100% sure. It seems like a kind of a moving target. Okay. I wouldn't even have an opinion on that one, to be honest with you myself. But so,
could I ask this? Because it's sometimes to be. So what about those who transatlantic slave trade? They're not conversos, but there's a disconnect. What say ye?
I would say personally, personally, I would say. I mean, this is just me personally, but I'm nobody important. I would say that if they could prove that their ancestry was a part of the Onusium, from a halakhic standpoint. I mean, I think they could present that argument. Like, if they can prove it, like, hey, my ancestors were forced into Christianity, and I have this lineage and I have this DNA to prove the lineage and the oral tradition and the migration patterns that they came out of Portugal and Spain into, and what have you, and end up in the slave trade, Inquisition. Let's say it was the 1400s. Personally, I would say that that's a valid argument. And I would say that it's possible it could potentially be argued halakhically, but I bet you a lot of rabbis would disagree with me. I know they would, but I can't see how that couldn't be. Like, if you look at Muhammad, if you look at, like, even say, for instance, some of the sages like Ramban. I mean, I would say that based off some of the things that I read that he has said previously about the Onusium, that he would agree that it's potentially they would be considered, considered one of the forced ones, basically. So I don't know.
Okay, now, do you think a matter of prejudice comes to a factor to where those that are Israelites from the transatlantic slave trade aren't recognized, as opposed to Jews who might have been under Arab rule or conversos with Catholicism?
I think so. I think that personally, I think there's bias, because I look at it from the standpoint of, like, even